Chapter 2069 Invitation. Invitation. That is King Zhang Song, leader of the Zhang clan. Blood drained from King Guyu and King Gutong's face. Gutong King wanted to slap himself hard. He had just asked whether Jian Wushuang could go head-to-head with a 9-star ancient god, and one had appeared. Zhang clan. Jian Wushuang thought as he frowned. He asked, within the ancient god clan, isn't there only King Luoyu and King Chen Xing, who are 9-star ancient gods? There was indeed only 2 9-star ancient gods. However, not too long ago, a new ancient battlefield appeared near your hometown. Many of the ancient gods went there to search for opportunities. They managed to gain some rewards. King Zhang Song reaped the greatest benefits. He managed to use the opportunities within the ancient battlefield and became a 9-star ancient god. King Guyu said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded his head. King Zhang Song and the Zhang clan were always obeying King Chen Xing and listening to his orders. The ancient god clan sides with King Luoyu while we support you. On the other hand, King Chen Xing opposes this idea firmly. King Zhang Song probably got news that Sword Emperor came to ancient god sanctuary and came especially for you. His intentions are bad. He has bad intentions. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. What could a 9-star ancient god that was just promoted due to opportunity do even if his intentions were bad? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 ancient god experts, together with their leader King Zhang Song, appeared in front of the trio. King Zhang Song, who was the size of a gorilla, first scanned King Guyu and King Gutong before looking at Jian Wushuang. Are you the Sword Emperor? King Zhang Song asked coldly. Yes, I am. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. I am Zhang Song. If you want to inherit the place of the ancient god emperor, follow me so that we can discuss this matter. King Zhang Song said. King Guyu and King Gutong panicked. King Zhang Song. If King Chen Xing really wanted King Zhang Song to inherit the throne of the ancient god emperor, he wouldn't be fighting so fiercely against King Luoyu, nor would he send you here to invite Sword Emperor. He would have come personally. King Gutong shouted. Keep quiet. King Zhang Song scolded as he glanced at King Gutong. You are just a mere 8-star ancient emperor. You have no place to speak. King Gutong was stunned. He had no choice but to tolerate it even though he was upset. An 8-star ancient god should always respect a 9-star ancient god. Sword Emperor, follow me. King Zhang Song said once again. What if I refuse? Jian Wushuang smiled. Refuse? Haha. Do you think you have the right to refuse when I invite you personally? Be logical, or I will take action. King Zhang Song threatened. Take action? I really want to know what you will do. Jian Wushuang grinned as he took a step. Even though his step looked casual, it closed the distance between him and King Zhang Song instantly, as he appeared in front of King Zhang Song. A wave of strong diving power and bloodline power, which was many times purer than that of a royal ancient god, swept out in all directions at that instant. Jian Wushuang raised his right hand and pointed his index finger towards King Zhang Song. Once the finger was extended, heaven and earth turned silent. Boom! Emerging in the void behind Jian Wushuang was a black, shiny mirage of an ancient god that was tens of thousands of feet tall. This gargantuan mirage also pointed out its finger. This finger was the ancient god's 9th finger. This was the last move under the ancient god's finger. The name, Ultimate Finger. You are asking for it. King Zhang Song was enraged when Jian Wushuang attacked him without saying a word. His ancient god body, which was as large as an orangutan, expanded in size rapidly. Endless waves of ancient god power gushed out furiously. A humongous mirage of an ancient god appeared behind him. It also attacked with the same technique. Ancient god's 9th finger. The only difference was that his ancient god mirage was dark gold, which was a telltale sign that he was a member of royalty. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang's mirage was dark green. Bang! The 2 fingers collided head-on. 2 waves of shocking power erupted and burst forth in all directions. King Zhang Song was confident in his own power. He was a 9-star ancient god, one of only 3 within the ancient god clan. However, Jian Wushuang was just an 8-star ancient god. The difference in power level was still evident even if Jian Wushuang had bloodline power. which was purer, that could suppress his fighting power. Since the move was the same, he was absolutely confident in destroying Jian Wushuang's ultimate finger. However, his confidence shook the moment the two fingers collided. The air howled as the endless ancient god power dispersed in all directions. His dark gold ultimate finger fell apart and exploded. It couldn't even put up a fight to stop Jian Wushuang's ultimate finger. The moment it collided, it disappeared. Even though the difference in power level was evident, the ending was unexpected. How is this possible? King Zhansong widened his eyes. Jian Wushuang's ultimate finger came upon him. He had no time to react as he was still stunned. Boom! The enormous ultimate finger smashed into King Zhansong. It shoved King Zhansong towards the ground ruthlessly and effortlessly. It was as though he was a mere fly. Crash! The entire earth shook. A crater so deep that on one could see what was at the bottom formed. King Zhansong was completely buried at the bottom of the crater. There was no movement even after a while, so no one knew what his condition was. After doing all of this, Jian Wushuang patted his own sleeves as the huge mirage of the ancient god disintegrated into nothingness. However, the aura of his bloodline, which was purer than that of a royal ancient emperor, still swept out in all directions. He looked down on the crater that King Zhansong was in and smiled in disdain. He was simply a 9-star ancient god who got promoted recently. How dare he tell me that he will take action if I refuse his offer? What an idiot! A 9-star ancient emperor was just equivalent to a normal great emperor back in the human territory. A 9-star ancient emperor who had just been promoted was equivalent to the most normal stage 1 great emperor. He could fight 13 of such great emperors alone back when he was in 3 emperors' world. Chapter 2070 within Luo King City. So what about you guys? Are the rest of you going to invite me as well? Jian Wushuang said coldly as he scanned the remaining 10 ancient gods. The remaining 10 ancient gods who had 7 or 8 stars looked at Jian Wushuang in awe and disbelief. They lowered their heads upon hearing his question. Even someone with the power level of King Zhansong could be defeated easily by Jian Wushuang. They would not risk their lives and anger Jian Wushuang. Since no one is going to invite me, get lost, Jian Wushuang raged. The ancient gods stepped aside immediately and made a path. King Guyu and King Gutong, let us continue our journey. Jian Wushuang looked at the two of them and said. At that point in time, King Guyu and King Gutong were shocked beyond words. King Gutong doubted that Jian Wushuang could fend off a 9-star ancient god, even when Jian Wushuang himself said that he could. But now, Jian Wushuang had crushed a 9-star ancient emperor with a single technique. Even King Luo, you could not have achieved this feat besides feeling surprised. They were euphoric. This was their true emperor. He had both insane power and strong bloodline power. Let's go. The 3 of them made their way towards Luo King City. Within the large ditch, King Zhansong stood up after a while. By then Jian Wushuang and the other 2 men were already far away. After half a month, Jian Wushuang reached Luo King City under the guidance of the 2 kings. Sword Emperor, this is Luo King City. The experts form Luo Clan. Gu Clan and many other clans are gathered here. However, Luo King City is barricaded by the men under King Chenxing. My brother and I put in a lot of effort just to get out to welcome you, King Guyu said. Barricaded? Looks like you are at a complete disadvantage in this fight. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said. King Guyu sighed and continued. I have messaged King Luoyu and asked for his aid to bring us into the city. We should send a message to King Luoyu to inform him that we are arriving. However, we do not need his aid. We will make our way in by ourselves, Jian Wushuang said as he rushed towards the city. Entering by force? King Guyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he recalled the fighting power of Jian Wushuang and understood how. Before long, violent roars and clashes could be heard. The trio had fought the experts under the command of King Chenxing. However, under the ruthless attacks, the experts lost to Jian Wushuang. The trio broke past the barricade easily and appeared in front of the city. King Luoyu, numerous 7-star ancient gods and 8-star ancient gods, stood there waiting for the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, King Luoyu greeted respectfully. He walked up as soon as he saw Jian Wushuang in the distance. King Luoyu, how have you been? Jian Wushuang smiled. The remaining ancient gods that were standing behind King Luo. You looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. They knew his identity as King Luo. You had told them earlier that Jian Wushuang possessed bloodline of emperors, and that they should support him in becoming their new master. Aside from King Gutong, King Guyu and a few others, no one had met Jian Wushuang before, much less confirmed the bloodline power others claimed he had. They were unsure if the claims were true. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly when he saw that everyone doubted him. The aura of the bloodline power of the ancient clan burst forth. This aura. All the ancient gods were startled. The aura of an emperor. This is definitely the bloodline power of an emperor. Haha. This certainly is the bloodline power of an emperor. Looks like King Luoyu was right. There is indeed someone with the bloodline of emperors. How dare this King Chunxing vow that we are traitors? I want to see what he has to say after the message that the bloodline of emperor exists spreads. All the ancient gods looked at Jian Wushuang in excitement. King Luoyu smiled when he saw the changes in expressions. He said, Sword Emperor, please enter the city. We can continue the conversation inside. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said, under the personal guidance of King Luoyu, Jian Wushuang entered Luo King City. There were many 7 and 8 stars ancient gods, seated within the large magnificent palace. At the top of the palace there were 2 thrones side by side. Jian Wushuang sat on one beside King Luoyu. King Luoyu, what's happened? Jian Wushuang asked. After I confirmed that you, Sword Emperor, have the bloodline of emperors back in Greenfire World, I came back to Ancient God Sanctuary immediately. I gathered the different clan leaders and the masters of various king cities to come together to support you as our new emperor. King Luoyu started explaining. In the history of our clan, bloodline power is supreme. Since you possess the bloodline power of emperors, you should become our new emperor. However, during the gathering, King Chunxing questioned this. He said that your blood is mixed with that of a human, so you do not deserve to be our new emperor. He further accused that my Tua clan conspired with the humans and are traitors to the ancient god clan. Hence, during the meeting, I fell out with King Chunxing. Out of all the different clan leaders and masters of king cities, only 30% of them sided with me. However, 40% sided with King Chunxing. 40%? I thought that bloodline power is supreme within the ancient god clan? Why do 40% of the experts support King Chunxing? And what happened to the other 30%? Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows and asked. It is indeed true that bloodline power is supreme in our clan. However, some people felt it unfair that you possessed the bloodline power of emperor, while others had not seen you with their own eyes. Most importantly, the influence of King Chunxing is too strong in the ancient god clan. King Luoyu sighed. King Chunxing is the oldest and most senior within the clan. He is also the strongest person. There was no one born with the bloodline of emperors till this date. Hence, he is always the leader in our clan. He plays an important role in deciding the masters of different king cities in the fight against the other 3 top-tier clans, as well as resolving clashes with other special tribes. Furthermore, he is the direct royal bloodline of first ancient god emperor. Direct royal bloodline? Jian Wushuang was stunned before he continued. You mean? Yes, his father is ancient god emperor. King Luoyi said seriously. Chapter 2071 alone. No wonder. Jian Wushuang commented. As the heir to ancient god emperor, King Chunxing had superior bloodline power compared to the rest. He was the most recognized leader of the ancient god clan, and the strongest person within the clan. His influence was evident within the clan. No wonder 40% of the experts supported him. Wait. Ancient god emperor was an expert in the first era. He should have died when the first era ended. Wouldn't that mean that King Chunxing also came from the first era, if he was the son? Jian Wushuang said, startled. Yes. Ancient god emperor had 3 sons in the first era, and King Chunxing was the youngest. During the first era, he was not powerful, and was not a 9-star ancient god. He was just an 8-star ancient god. After the first era ended, ancient god emperor and his elder 2 sons died. He survived with a minimal number of ancient gods. They started to reproduce, and eventually formed the ancient god clan today. In fact, all of the three most powerful tribes are living legacies from the first era, King Luoyu said. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. No wonder. It seems like King Chunxing made great contributions to the ancient god clan. Jian Wushuang smiled. King Chunxing managed to lead a tribe which had barely survived the first era to become a dominating force in the second era. His ability and power deserved respect from the general population of ancient gods. King Chunxing made great contributions to the ancient god clan. However, he will admit to only his father having a purer bloodline power. It is to no surprise that he acted with hostility towards me when he learnt that I support you in becoming the new ancient god emperor. King Luoyu said, I am no match for King Chunxing, as he is a powerful man. Furthermore, he gained the support of one of the 9-star ancient gods from the Zhang clan. All I could do was stay within Luo Wang City to think of ideas. Jian Wushuang nodded his head to show that he understood. King Chunxing sealed off Luo King City during this time period. It is extremely difficult for us to leave the city, let alone for us to force King Chunxing to back off. We were no match for him. Now that you are here, it should be much easier to solve the existing problems, King Luoyu said with a serious face. How so? Jian Wushuang looked at King Luoyu with interest. The ancient clan puts bloodline power above all else. No matter how big the contributions of King Chunxing, and no matter how widespread his influence is, it will not change this fact. The reason why 40% of the clan supports him is because they have yet to see you. Hence, they are not sure whether you possess the bloodline of emperors. Since you have arrived at Ancient God Sanctuary, those remaining 30% who have yet to make up their minds will definitely support you, King Luoyu said. The masters of the king cities and various clans may be willing to support me. However, King Chunxing probably will not even if he verifies that I have the bloodline of emperors, Jian Wushuang said. This. King Luoyu frowned and said, King Jianchen will only submit to his father. It is not possible for him to serve you willingly. However, there is no way he could influence the will of the masses in the ancient god clan. Even though that may be the case, it will be much better if King Xingchen decides to serve me willingly, Jian Wushuang smiled. By the way, what is the power level of King Xingchen? King Xingchen is unanimously thought of as the strongest in the ancient god clan. His power level is at the limit of a 9-star ancient god, and he is the second strongest in the special tribe. His fighting power should be similar to that of a normal stage 2 great emperor. Jian Wushuang was surprised. A normal stage 2 emperor? Jian Wushuang possessed one of the highest fighting powers out of all the stage 2 great emperor. If this was the case, he should be more powerful than King Chunxing, given that the emperor bloodline power would further suppress the fighting power of King Chunxing. Lead the way, King Luoyu. I want to meet King Chunxing, Jian Wushuang said as he stood up. King Luoyu's face turned pale. There is a great difference in power between our faction and his faction. To go and find King Chunxing now would be suicide. I think we should send a message to the other 3% of the clan, and to the masters of the different cities. We will gather together before finding King Chunxing. This is a much safer way. Let us save the trouble. We shall head there now. Jian Wushuang smiled. King Luoyu frowned, and stopped trying to discourage the Sword Emperor. Under the guidance of King Luoyu, Jian Wushuang left Luo Wang City, and reached a vast void. There were large groups of buildings floating within this void. There were many faint but overbearing auras radiating out from the buildings. King Chunxing is within those buildings, Sword Emperor. I shall call him to come and meet us, King Luoyu said. There is no need. Jian Wushuang waved him off. Wait for me here. I will find him personally. You are going alone? No way. King Luoyu was shocked. Calm down and watch what happens. Jian Wushuang smiled as he moved towards the buildings. King Luoyu turned pale, and the remaining ancient gods present were puzzled. They felt that the Sword Emperor was too arrogant. It was obvious that King Chunxing was not on good terms with the Sword Emperor. They felt like the Sword Emperor was asking for it when he entered the home of King Chunxing alone. He clearly knew that he might be killed. King Gu Yu and King Gu Tong were the only two people that remained calm. King Luoyu, there is something I have yet to report, King Gu Yu said. What is it? King Luo Yu sounded agitated as he was clearly worried for the safety of Jian Wushuang. When King Gutong, Sword Emperor, and I were on our way back to Luowang City, we met Zhan Song. King Guyu said. Zhan Song? King Luo Yu face tightened. 9-star royal ancient god Zhan Song. He must have been listening to King Chen Xing's orders and went after Sword Emperor. How did all of you escape? Escape? There was no need to run. Sword Emperor fought Zhan Song and beat him with just one move. King Guyu said as he shook his head. Chapter 2072 King Chen Xing. He only needed one move to defeat Zhan Song. King Luo Yu widened his eyes. The surrounding ancient gods looked over at King Guyu in disbelief. Zhan Song was a legit 9-star ancient god. Even King Luo Yu could not defeat him in one move. Even though Sword Emperor is an 8-star ancient god, his true power is much greater than that of most 9-star ancient gods. There is a reason why he decided to meet King Chen Xing alone. Everyone don't worry for his safety, King Guyu said. So this is why Jian Wushuang dared to go alone. King Luo Yu heaved a sigh of relief. However, King Chen Xing is already a stage 2 ancient god. He is not easy to deal with. If anything unexpected happens, we will help him immediately. Yes, the ancient gods around nodded their heads. Jian Wushuang appeared at the foot of a state. Who is that? A stern voice shouted. Jian Wushuang did not halt. He smiled and continued walking. Right when he was about to enter the estate, an aura of bloodline power, many times purer than that of a royal ancient god, burst forth from Jian Wushuang. It felt like a dragon was awakening as the aura filled the entire atmosphere. Many of the ancient gods, including those from the various clans and the different masters of the various cities, felt pressured to submit and bow down to their new emperor. All of them were caught by surprise. That is the aura of an emperor. What King Luo Yu said was true. Someone with the bloodline of emperors was born. A new emperor. Everyone within the estate were boiling with curiosity as many ancient gods flew out. The entire place was densely packed within moments. Everyone was looking at the young man, who was walking towards the center of the estate. Jian Wushuang placed his hands behind his back as he looked around and said with dignity, "Who dares to stop me?" This simple sentence forced many ancient gods to lower their heads. Those who tried to stop Jian Wushuang stepped aside without hesitation. Within the ancient god clan, bloodline is supreme. This concept was definitely true in this clan. They had only heard from King Luo Yu that there had been a human born with the bloodline of emperor, and they should support him in becoming the new emperor. They chose to support King Chen Xing because the new emperor was human. Furthermore, they could not confirm the claim, as they had not met Jian Wushuang before. Once these ancient gods felt the aura of bloodline of emperors themselves, their doubts disappeared. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang in an excited and passionate manner. The one who possessed the bloodline of emperors was their emperor. Even though the blood of a human flowed through his veins, this couldn't change the fact that he too possessed the bloodline of emperors. Every ancient god moved out of the way, and no one dared to stop Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang walked successfully to the center of the estate and stopped in front of the most majestic palace. Within the palace, a 3-meter-tall man in silver body armor stood up slowly. Behind the silver armor man was another man, whose body was as big as a gorilla's. This man was King Zhan Song. He had been defeated in a battle against Jian Wushuang. "Are you King Chen Xing?" Jian Wushuang stared at the man in silver body armor and asked coldly. "Sword Emperor, you are a courageous man. You dare to venture here alone. Do you really think that your bloodline power will save you?" King Chen Xing said as he stared back coldly. Before Jian Wushuang could reply, an 8-star ancient god, who also happened to be a master of a king city, spoke. "King Chen Xing, according to the law of the ancient clan, we should support Jian Wushuang in becoming the new emperor, as he possesses the bloodline of emperors. I hope you can." Before the 8-star ancient god finished his sentence. "Keep quiet." King Chen Xing bellowed fiercely and stared at the 8-star ancient god, as the ancient god was forced into silence. Within the ancient god clan, there will only be one emperor, and that will be my father. He is of paramount importance within the clan. On the other hand, So what if Jian Wushuang possessed the bloodline power of emperor? At the end of the day, he is still a human. Who gave him the right to be the emperor of the ancient god clan? King Chenxing questioned coldly, as his voice reverberated through the air. The ancient gods around kept quiet after hearing this. King Chenxing, I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you going to submit? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Submit? Haha. Me. Submitting to a mere human like you? King Chenxing started laughing, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Are you not going to? If that's the case, then do not blame me for what's going to happen. Jian Wushuang focused his vision on King Chenxing and leaped forth. Boom! The void beneath Jian Wushuang's feet exploded into pieces. Surging waves of divine power and bloodline power radiated from Jian Wushuang. At that moment, Jian Wushuang pointed his finger. Heaven and earth trembled as a mirage of an ancient god tens of thousands feet tall appeared behind Jian Wushuang, copying his stance. At the tip of its finger, a ball of diving power started to concentrate, glowing dark green. It's this move again. King Zhansong, who was standing behind King Chenxing, widened his eyes and hints of fear could be seen in them. King Zhansong had been defeated easily using this move back, when he had invited Jian Wushuang using force. Now Jian Wushuang had used the same move and attacked King Chenxing humph. King Chenxing grunted as he started to boil with divine power. His aura grew to a peak instantly. He was different from King Zhansong. King Zhansong had only reached the level of a 9-star ancient god recently. However, King Chenxing had been at the peak of a 9-star ancient god for a very long time. His fighting power was that of a stage 2 great emperor back in the first era. He was much stronger than King Zhansong. Jian Wushuang, you are asking for it, King Chenxing said coldly. Upon finishing his sentence, he too channeled his divine power and attacked. He too used the ancient god's 9th finger, the ultimate finger. The power was at least 10 times stronger than when King Zhansong had performed the same move. The two fingers collided head-on. Heaven and earth rumbled fiercely. The void shattered as the limitless amount of divine power gushed violently in all directions. In the end, both fingers disintegrated into nothingness after the intense collision. Chapter 2073. Get down! King Chenxing looked at Jian Wushuang coldly within the violent storm of divine power. Jian Wushuang stood up straight as numerous mirages of ancient gods appeared behind him. Ancient god lost knowledge. Universal laws. Boom, 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 boom. Every single mirage used its palm and slapped forward fiercely. Each slap seemed to contain a complete cycle of reincarnation. King Chenxing's face turned dark. His ancient god power burst forth as numerous mirages appeared behind him. It had been a battle between the strength of Ultimate Finger during the fight against Zhansong before. Now it was a battle between the universal law. The entire heaven and earth was overwhelmed by the endless divine power. All that one could hear was the countless number of tightly packed collisions, as the sounds reverberated through the air. Amidst the raging collisions, humph! A snort could be heard as the numerous ancient god mirages belonging to King Chenxing dissipated into the air. He swiftly took a few steps back in retreat. How could this brat's divine power be so pure? King Chenxing thought. Even though he was startled, his face did not show any sign of fear. Secret skill. Guided thunder. Heaven and earth shook suddenly, as a rift in heaven and earth appeared out of nowhere in the sky above. At the ends of this gigantic rift, beams of crimson red light appeared. These beams of light were countless bolts of sacred thunder of extermination packed densely together. Any single bolt of thunder could easily kill an almighty, and there were at least hundreds of thousands of bolts there. These hundreds of thousands of bolts of thunder fused together perfectly, forming a single huge crimson thunderbolt. This bolt of thunder suddenly descended. Secret skill guided thunder? Jian Wushuang saw this and smiled. I also know this move. A similar gigantic rift in heaven and earth appeared on the other side of the sky. However, from this rift, the countless sacred thunders of extermination were dark jade in color. The power of the thunder was unbelievably strong. Under the control of Jian Wushuang, the thunder fused together to form a huge thunder dragon, which was dark jade in color. The thunder dragon roared as it rushed towards the crimson-red thunderbolt. The two collided in midair. Kaboom! It was as though it was a bolt from the blue. However, the sound and power was far greater than that of a normal bolt. The two sacred thunder of extermination collided with devastating impact. The surrounding void dissipated completely and formed a space-time storm. Originally, there had been a complex of buildings beneath their feet. After the collision, all the buildings had been destroyed and ceased to exist. The terrifying aura shocked the ancient gods who had escaped. I have used almost all the attacks and secret skills from the ancient god lost knowledge. Next up is... Jian Wushuang thought as he looked at King Chunxing coldly. At the same time, the size of his body grew rapidly. Heads and arms started to grow out of his body. This occurred to King Chunxing as well. Both had 9 heads and 18 arms. Kill! Fight! Following the war cry, both their fists collided fiercely into each other. This time, both of them fought with their bare fists. Each of the 18 arms Jian Wushuang had grown held a sword. He used his swordsmanship to the fullest. King Chunxing used the brute force of his fist. Each punch was like a meteorite crashing. The power was unbelievable. Fighting at melee range had always been a specialty of ancient god clan. Their fighting power at close range was far superior to that of the people in other clans. During the battle, Jian Wushuang and King Chunxing both maximized their ability to fight at close range. The ancient gods who were around watching this fight were stunned. Many cleared their throats as they shuddered in fear from the bottom of their soul. These two men were without a doubt the strongest within the ancient god clan. On one side was King Chunxing, the man who was unanimously thought to be the strongest within the clan. On the other side was Jian Wushuang. He possessed the bloodline of emperors. Even though he was just an 8-star ancient god, his power level was still higher than that of King Chunxing. Yes, he was stronger than King Chunxing. Everyone witnessed it themselves. Jian Wushuang was stronger in every way, be it the power of his secret skill and lost knowledge, or his ability to fight at close range. Jian Wushuang managed to completely suppress King Chunxing even now. Even though King Chunxing did everything he could, and was fighting back with all his might, it was still clear that he was at a disadvantage. How is this possible? This brat is just an 8-star ancient god. How can he be stronger than me? King Chunxing thought to himself, shocked. His face was gloomy. King Chunxing was a 9-star ancient god. Even though their ability to fight at close range was of the same level, Jian Wushuang could still suppress him head-on. This was because the power that came from Jian Wushuang's sword was stronger due to the superior divine power and the inhibition from the bloodline power. On the point of quality of divine power, Jian Wushuang was at the second phase of the 7th step of inverse cultivation. He had also finished cultivating phase 1 of his immemorial celestial body. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of emperors. Even though King Chunxing was the heir to the first ancient god emperor, he was simply a royal ancient god. He would be weakened due to his inferior bloodline power. Hence, Jian Wushuang was definitely stronger than King Chunxing. King Chunxing was no match for Jian Wushuang, due to the reasons above, and was oppressed in battle. King Chunxing. An angry bellow was heard. King Chunxing looked up immediately. He saw that 4 of Jian Wushuang's arms were gripping a single sword. A wave of shocking sword essence rose and skyrocketed. Sword Principal Xian Lu Blast Rainstorm. Get down! Jian Wushuang roared as his blade, with the speed of a gale and the power of a hurricane, swept out. The emphasis of this move was on the power. King Chunxing's eyes turned bloodshot. He channeled his divine power, as his fist punched out with a force equivalent to a real meteorite. Bang! An earth-shaking sound was heard as waves of divine power flooded the entire heaven and earth. The result? King Chunxing fell towards the ground, trembling. A large ditch was formed. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang stood upright and unharmed. He looked down into the ditch. King Chunxing, do you submit to me? Chapter 2074. Outrageously unreasonable. King Chunxing, do you submit? The voice of Jian Wushuang was so loud that it could be heard above Cloud 9. It was as though his voice represented the will of Heaven Wei, as it reverberated through heaven and earth. Upon witnessing this sight, The surrounding ancient gods respected Jian Wushuang even more. Within the ditch, King Qinsheng stood and looked up. Two thin rays of light burst forth. Jokes! King Qinsheng bellowed and tried to move. Jian Wushuang stood tall in the void. Four of his hands gripped his blood mountain sword tightly. He used Blast Rainstorm from Sword Principal Xian Luo again. Get down! Jian Wushuang bellowed. King Qinsheng, who was trying to fly out of the ditch, was once again flooded by sword lights. He dropped back into the ditch again. Do you submit? Jian Wushuang yelled once again. Bastard! King Qinsheng cursed. Jian Wushuang swung his sword once again. Boom! The entire earth shook. Do you submit? Jian Wushuang yelled again. You wish. King Qinsheng replied. Boom! Another wave of sword light came. Do you submit? You, boom! Do you submit? Never, boom! Do you submit? The ancient gods watching this battle were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened as they saw the scene. They saw that Jian Wushuang kept on swinging his sword, and kept on asking if King Qinsheng would submit. When King Qinsheng refused to submit, he would be met with another wave of sword light from Jian Wushuang. King Qinsheng was obviously a punching bag, and had no chance to fight back. This method Jian Wushuang was using to get King Qinsheng to submit shocked the remaining ancient gods present. It was domineering and unreasonable. Yes, Jian Wushuang was like a gangster, utterly unreasonable and domineering. He did not waste any time with King Qinsheng by trying to persuade him to submit. He simply asked a simple question. Do you submit? If the reply was no, he would attack. Jian Wushuang would attack until King Qinsheng decided to submit, even though he was already buried in the ground. King Qinsheng was one of the most powerful 9-star ancient gods. His fighting power had reached stage 2, but he still was no match for Jian Wushuang. Boom! 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 Jian Wushuang used the fuller to perform his sword skills. Each impact made a loud sound that could be heard clearly. Clearly, he was using power to suppress King Qinsheng. King Qinsheng had no chance to recover himself, as the endless waves of sword skills collided with his back. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang attacked numerous times. Each time he attacked, he asked King Qinsheng to submit. Initially, King Qinsheng would struggle madly and had wanted to fight back. After a while he stopped. Boom! Another collision occurred, and King Qinsheng was completely buried underground. Do you submit? Jian Wushuang bellowed once more. At the bottom of the crater, King Qinsheng kept quiet. He thought for a while before he growled. I will only submit if you can be recognized by my father. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow as he stopped his sword in midair. King Qinsheng could finally catch his breath before he rose from the crater. King Qinsheng was in a bad state. His hair was messy, there were blood stains on his lips, and his silver armor had several gashes left by a sword. He stood there with anger in his eyes. However, there was fear too. Yes, fear. During the brief battle, he had become fearful of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had given him a mental scar from his unreasonable actions and his terrifying fighting power. Since his birth in the First Era till now, he had never met a person so unreasonable. To make matters worse, this person was stronger than him. King Qinsheng, you just said that if I could be recognized by your father, you would submit to me. Your father is the first ancient god emperor. How can I get his recognition? Jian Wushuang asked. King Qinsheng took a deep breath before he spoke. My father was one of the strongest men alive back in the First Era. Even though my father died when the First Era ended, he left behind a conscience within an old grave. This grave is located within the ancient god sanctuary. All you need to do is to enter the ancient emperor grave and gain the recognition of my father's conscience. If you can do so, I will support you in becoming our new emperor. I will listen to your orders without fail. However, if you cannot, I will never listen to you even if everyone else does. Ancient emperor grave? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Master, within the ancient god sanctuary, there is an ancient emperor grave. According to legend, the ancient god emperor did leave a consciousness within. King Qinsheng is not lying. The king of venomous worms whispered to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded his head lightly before looking at King Luoyu. King Luoyu, The voice reverberated in the air. Beside the pile of ruins of what used to be the estate, King Luoyu and the other ancient gods were waiting patiently. They saw what had just happened with their own eyes. At that point in time, King Luoyu, King Guyu, King Gutong, and the remaining ancient gods were dumbfounded. They came back to their senses after Jian Wushuang shouted for King Luoyu. They started walking towards Jian Wushuang. Those who supported King Chunxing did not stop them. Sword Emperor King Luoyu walked beside Jian Wushuang and saluted him. It was obvious that he respected the Sword Emperor even more than he had before. This was normal, as the only reason he supported Jian Wushuang in being the new emperor was because he had the bloodline of emperors. He had not considered the fighting power of the Sword Emperor. Now, King Chunxing, who was a 9-star ancient god and had the fighting power of a stage 2 great emperor, had been crushed in a battle against the Sword Emperor. This fighting power alone surprised him, as he was fully convinced that the Sword Emperor had the ability to be the new emperor. Everyone else who had just watched the battle was convinced too. Even though bloodline power was supreme in the ancient god clan, they would still respect the people who were powerful. Jian Wushuang not only had the bloodline of emperors, he also had the strongest fighting power in the clan. To get the right to become the new emperor of the ancient god clan, one had to possess both qualities. Chapter 2075. Ancient Emperor's Grave. King Luoyu. Do you know of this grave? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, King Luoyu said as he nodded his head. It was left behind by ancient god emperor. The conscience of ancient god emperor resides within the grave. It is our sanctuary. However, this grave opens once every million years. The last time the grave opened was around 300,000 years ago. If you want to enter, you will have to wait another 700,000 years. 700,000 years? Jian Wushuang looked at King Xingchen coldly, as his face turned black. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? I have no intentions of making a fool out of you. It is true that it takes another 700,000 years for the ancient emperor's grave to open by itself. However, this grave is controlled by my father's conscience. If you are worthy, my father will open the grave and allow you to enter immediately. King Chunxing grunted. Jian Wushuang hesitated before nodding his head. Okay, I will try to enter the ancient emperor's grave. Sword Emperor, King Chunxing is trying to make your life difficult. You can afford to ignore him, as 99% of the ancient gods will support you in becoming the next ancient god emperor, due to your superior bloodline power. King Luoyu said anxiously. No worries, Jian Wushuang said as he waved King Luoyu off. He already knew what he had to do. Jian Wushuang did not think of killing or exiling King Chunxing. King Chunxing was a stage 2 great emperor, and would prove to be crucial in the final battle against 3 Emperor World. Furthermore, he could not help but respect the ability of King Chunxing, as he had single-handedly molded the ancient god clan into one of the strongest clans in the era. If he could get King Chunxing to listen to him wholeheartedly, he could rest assured and leave the ancient god clan to King Chunxing when he left ancient god sanctuary. He would fight for this possibility. Another important reason was the ancient emperor's grave. The first ancient god emperor was one of the strongest men back in the first era. His power and ability was much stronger than that of any great emperors. Jian Wushuang was extremely interested in the things these kind of super experts would leave behind. Now he had received the news that such a grave exists. Even if King Chunxing did not raise entering the grave as one of his conditions, Jian Wushuang would still venture into the grave. King Chunxing, take me to the ancient emperor's grave, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, King Chunxing said as he led the way without hesitation. Jian Wushuang, King Luoyu, and the other top-tier ancient god followed suit. Ancient emperor's grave was located in the middle of the ancient god sanctuary. It was the holiest place in the hearts of most ancient gods. This place would be flooded with people every million years when it would open its doors. On a normal day like this, no one would be around. However, every ancient god, who was at least 7 stars, had gathered here. The leaders of them were the 3 9-star ancient gods, King Chunxing, King Luoyu and King Zhansong. These 3 leaders stood cautiously beside a young man. Is this the ancient emperor's grave? Jian Wushuang said with his hands behind his back. He was looking at a cave within a formation. The cave was gigantic, and the formation was extremely powerful. This is the entrance. Every time the grave opens, people of this clan will enter that way. Even if the grave is not open today, that is the only way you can take to enter forcibly, King Chenxing said as he pointed towards a certain part of the formation. Jian Wushuang nodded lightly. Sword Emperor. This grave was left behind by the first ancient god emperor, using unimaginable means. Even after so long, no one had ever managed to enter forcibly. All those who tried, including King Chenxing, were at least 8-star ancient gods. All those who tried failed and died inside, except for King Chenxing. Please reconsider carefully, King Luoyu said as his eyebrows were knitted closely together. After hearing all this, are you afraid? If you are, leave this place immediately. You can get all the support from the other ancient gods. Just don't come looking for me, King Chenxing said coldly. Afraid? Since you, King Chenxing, can walk out of the grave alive, why should I be afraid? I hope you remember your promise. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. Jian Wushuang took off towards the ancient emperor's grave slowly, ignoring the people who stood behind him. Even though he walked slowly, it only took him a few steps to reach the entrance of the grave. The first thing he saw at the entrance was a large flight of stairs. There were hundreds of steps and each radiated a special aura. King Chenxing, King Luoyu and the other ancient gods stood far away and observed quietly. Lord Chenxing, do you think that Jian Wushuang could gain recognition from the emperor himself? King Zhansong asked curiously. Recognition? Dream on. My father was one of the strongest overlords in the first era. His standards are extremely high. It will be extremely difficult to meet those standards. King Chenxing smiled coldly. I bet he can't even make it past the door inside the grave, much less gain recognition. The measures my father placed around the grave are profound and unpredictable. These measures cannot not differentiate ally from foe. In the past, I tried to enter forcibly as there was an extremely urgent matter. I almost died from those measures. Even though Jian Wushuang is stronger than me, it is also impossible for him to make it past the different defensive measures my father put in place. King Zhansong was stunned. King Luoyu, King Guyu and the other ancient gods became worried upon hearing this. Look, he is going to enter, a voice shouted out loud. Everyone turned their heads and looked toward the grave. Jian Wushuang stood at the base of the staircase in front of the entrance. He lifted his right leg and stepped onto the first step. The moment his right foot hit the first step, he felt an aura suppressing him, trying to stop him from advancing further. This aura targeted the bloodline power and had no effect on one's power level. Jian Wushuang smiled when he felt this aura. Immediately, another aura of an extremely powerful ancient god bloodline burst forth. Chapter 2076. The 9 war spirits. Jian Wushuang had inherited Wuhan's ancient god bloodline. This bloodline was pure and gave him complete bloodline power. The first bloodline of the ancient god emperor was less pure compared to that of Jian Wushuang. Under the effect of suppression of bloodline power, most royal ancient gods would have to walk slowly, one step at a time up the steps. Some of those whose wills were weaker might not even reach the top of the steps. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang had walked up quickly. It was as though there was no suppression at all, and he walked without feeling any resistance. Even thought the suppression got stronger as the number of steps climbed increased. Jian Wushuang was not affected. Within moments he finished more than half the steps, and he was not slowing down. This brat, King Chenxing, was standing on the void. Upon seeing how easily Jian Wushuang was walking up the stairs, he squinted his eyes and muttered, as much as I do not want him to be the next ancient god emperor, I have to admit his bloodline is extremely pure. It might even be on par with my father's bloodline. King Chenxing, the sword emperor is going to finish walking all the steps, King Zhansong said. This is normal. My father's first measure is simply suppression of bloodline power. Any royal ancient god can persist through this first measure, as long as they have the will. His bloodline is even purer than most ancient gods with the royal bloodline. Hence this will barely pose any problem to him. King Chunxing said indifferently. However, my father left behind 3 measures. This first measure is the easiest. The next 2 will not be so easy for him to pass. King Chunxing understood the measures well, as he too had once tried to enter forcibly. Just like King Chunxing said, Jian Wushuang walked up the 100 steps easily without stopping. As soon as he set foot at open area the top, a few blurry mirages started to solidify. Hum, 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 hum. A total of 9 blue mirages solidified. Their faces were unrecognizable. Every single one of them were extremely large, and they each held a different chaos divine weapon. All 9 figures scanned the area and locked onto Jian Wushuang. Intruders! Those who dare to disturb the ancient god emperor in his sleep shall die. A cold, robotic voice came out of one of the figures' mouth as the 9 of them attacked. Their aura was terrifying, and every aura was targeted and focused on Jian Wushuang. He frowned deeply as he took the situation seriously. He could tell that the 9 figures were very powerful. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 figures attacked. One of the figures held a bat that was 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket. It looked like a small hill from Jian Wushuang's perspective. However, it looked like a small plant in the hands of the figure. The figure swung the bat as it crashed towards Jian Wushuang with the momentum of heaven and earth. Another figure had 2 metal hammers for its hands. The metal hammers were gigantic. After a loud bellow, the hammers morphed into lightning and thunder as they appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Even though the aura was not felt, one could tell how strong the attack was just by seeing the electric sparks. Another figure morphed into a humongous ancient beast in golden armor and crashed towards Jian Wushuang. He looked like a flying battle fortress. As for the other blurry figures, each attack was definitely powerful. One of the figures was an ancient god, and he used the ancient god finger. What a powerful aura! What are these? Jian Wushuang thought to himself, shocked. He swung his sword at once. A special sword essence could be felt. Jian Wushuang started to devour everything around him. He looked like a huge dark vortex. Sword Principle Xian Luo, Mixed Element Spirit. Pong, 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 pong. 9 loud clashes were heard as the 9 different attacks were deflected one at a time. However, the attacks were so strong that Jian Wushuang backed off a few steps. Oh my! Everyone here at least has the fighting power of a top-tier Stage 1 Great Emperor. 2 of them have fighting powers equivalent to a Stage 2 Great Emperor. Jian Wushuang was surprised. People like Abysmal Saint Master were at the level of a top-tier Great Emperor. There were very few people at this level in the entire eternal chaotic world. However, the weakest of the 9 figures possessed fighting power at this level. 2 of them even had the fighting power of a Stage 2 Great Emperor. The battling power of this group was too powerful. King Chunxing, King Luoyu, and the other ancient gods were observing Jian Wushuang using their soul power. Their faces turned pale when they saw the 9 figures appear. These 9 figures are the 9 top-tier experts who fought with my father. They are the strongest under my father's command. Back in the first era, every single one of them had the fighting power of a top-tier Stage 2 Great Emperor. 2 of them were even top-tier Stage 2 Great Emperors. King Chunxing scoffed. As the first era ended, these 9 great warriors died along with my father. However, they were absolutely loyal to him. Hence they still guard him till this day in the form of a war spirit. Even though the 9 war spirits now are weaker than they were in their prime, their fighting power is still very powerful. Furthermore, all 9 are fighting Jian Wushuang together. Not any ordinary man can enter his grave. Due to this, the second measure my father put in place outside the ancient emperor grave. Back when King Chunxing tried to enter the ancient emperor grave forcibly, he fought the 9 war spirits. He almost died on that day. Luckily, he had a powerful self-defense mechanism, which allowed him to pass this test and move on. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang, even though the Sword Emperor has high fighting power, his self-defense mechanism might not be as strong as mine. Without it, he definitely cannot survive for 30 seconds. Chapter 2077. Last line of defense. 7 of the 9 war spirits had fighting powers equivalent to that of a top-tier Stage 1 Great Emperor, while the remaining 2 had power equivalent to that of a Stage 2 Great Emperor. It would be difficult for anyone to remain alive after 30 seconds of frenzy when they worked together to try to kill someone. King Chunxing exploited his powerful self-defense mechanism and barely survived. He was skeptical that Jian Wushuang would have a stronger self-defense mechanism than him. At the entrance of the ancient emperor grave, Jian Wushuang was surrounded by the 9 war spirits. The various ancient gods were shocked when he launched the attack. Instead of experiencing fear, Jian Wushuang was excited to fight these 9 war spirits. He is courageous. Even though he knows that the 9 war spirits are powerful, he still dares to fight them head-on. King Chunxing smirked coldly and pitted Jian Wushuang. As expected, even though Jian Wushuang showcased extraordinary fighting power, he was instantly at a disadvantage when the 9 war spirits attacked. Not too long after, a war spirit landed a hit on him. Even though the war spirit was only at the power level of a Stage 1 Great Emperor, that blow was enough to injure any Great Emperor. However, Jian Wushuang just grunted and continued fighting. It was as though that attack had had no effect on him. What? King Chunxing was stunned. The following scene made his irises constrict as he was shocked again. When fighting the 9 war spirits, Jian Wushuang did not even try to dodge the attacks. He simply attacked the war spirits in a frenzy. He fought the 9 war spirits alone without fear. The attacks from the 9 spirits, including those from the 2 war spirits who had the same power level as a Stage 2 Great Emperor, would land on Jian Wushuang occasionally. However, there was no effect on Jian Wushuang as he continued with the onslaught. His fighting power was at his peak, and there was no sign of any injury. Instead of weakening, his aura grew and became even stronger. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had passed. The 9 war spirits who were attacking Jian Wushuang disintegrated into nothingness, and a path was revealed. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and walked down this path. The ancient gods outside the ancient emperor's grave, especially King Chunxing, how is this possible? My self-defense mechanism is my most powerful ability, but even I could barely survive for 30 seconds when attacked by the 9 war spirits. How could a sword emperor be unharmed after that ordeal? He fought the 9 war spirits alone, head-on for 30 seconds and came out unharmed? Even after he suffered direct hits from the war spirits? How can a self-defense mechanism be so powerful? King Chunxing widened his eyes as surprise was written all over his face. Jian Wushuang's performance had exceeded his wildest imagination. However, what he did not know was that Jian Wushuang had fought 13 Stage 2 Great Emperors back in 3 Emperors' world for an extended period of time. What was the result? He was unharmed. On the other hand, those weaker Great Emperors among the 13 were severely wounded. On the other hand, the pressure that the 9 war spirits gave Jian Wushuang was similar to that of the pressure the 13 Great Emperors put on Jian Wushuang. Hence, he could handle the war spirits easily. As for the self-defense mechanism that King Chunxing was so proud of, Jian Wushuang had perfect chaotic holy body, which was many times stronger. Within the ancient emperor's grave, Jian Wushuang followed the tunnel and walked forward, and ran into a large old door. On the door, there was a sculpture of an odd exotic beast. It was infused with secret restrictions. These secret restrictions were flowing as though they were alive. This door was the entrance to the inside of the ancient emperor's grave. Every million years, this door would open when the ancient emperor's grave opened itself to the rest of the world. Just then, the door was closed as the time was not right. A general in black armor stood in front of the door. The general was completely covered in black armor. Only his facial features could be seen. He was at least 5 meters tall, and held a black spear. He stood like a statue motionless in front of the door. It was as though he had been there since the beginning of time. Jian Wushuang couldn't sense any aura from this man. Jian Wushuang looked towards the general in black armor. Even though he couldn't sense any aura from the general, he felt pressured the moment he laid eyes on him. This pressure was on another level compared to King Chunxing and Great Emperor Zisu, who were all Stage 2 Great Emperors. Outside the ancient emperor's grave, King Chunxing and the audience, too, saw the general in black armor. This is the third and last line of defense my father set. King Chunxing thought as he clenched his fists. Back then, he had entered the grave and managed to pass the first 2 levels. Suppression using bloodline power and the 9 war spirits. In the end, he had met the general in front of the door. Here, he had stopped and could not advance any further. In front of the door, the moment Jian Wushuang appeared, the general in black armor, who seemed to have stood motionless for all eternity, opened his eyes. A flash of dim light, which was as fast as lightning, burst forth towards Jian Wushuang. The time for the grave to open has not come. None shall enter. You there, leave this place immediately. The general in black armor said coldly. All he did was ask Jian Wushuang to leave, contrary to the war spirits in the second line of defense, who had tried to kill Jian Wushuang. When the 9 spirits appeared, they had attacked Jian Wushuang immediately and tried to kill him, though they failed. If I were to wait for this grave to open by itself, I would have to wait another 700,000 years. I cannot afford to wait for such a long time. Sorry, but I'll have to enter forcibly. Jian Wushuang smiled with absolute confidence. Jian Wushuang stopped talking and attacked the general in black armor. A terrifying aura burst forth, and the general gripped his spear tightly when Jian Wushuang attacked. Chapter 2078, The Black Armored General Xiao. A merciless spear pierced through. That speed words could not express. By the time Jian Wushuang heard that ear-piercing blast from the void, the spear was already in front of him. Jian Wushuang had moved first. Logically, he should be the one to make the first strike. But before he could even start on his sword skills, the spear had reached him. HNGH. With a snigger, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword swiftly took it down. This was the strongest skill within sword principle Xian Luo, the blast rainstorm. With a gong, the sound of the strike resonated. Jian Wushuang could feel an immense power traveling across his Blood Mountain sword. This power, without a doubt, had surpassed second stage Great Emperor's powers. It was a third stage power. And from the looks of it, this one move was slightly stronger than all of Demon King Chunya's powers, had been back in 3 Emperor's world. This strength traveled up towards his body. The strong body he had after cultivating the immortal celestial body at this moment was roughed up pretty badly too. Jian Wushuang quickly retreated. As he regained his balance, the divine power within him started doing its work. And soon his injuries were all recovered. Stage 3, stronger than Demon King Chenyu? Jian Wushuang licked his lips and stared at the black-armored general. Junior, you're not stronger than me. With me guarding here, you won't make it through. Leave. The general opened his mouth again. Won't make it through. We'll see about that. Jian Wushuang sniggered and attempted to strike again. Blockhead. The general's eyes radiated death as the spear in his hand was once again put into action. Spear strikes came one after the other. The general's fighting power, once ignited, was indeed of a third-level Great Emperor. Faced with such an expert, Jian Wushuang could not possibly win. Suppressed at first contact, Jian Wushuang could only now resist with his almost invincible self-defense mechanism. Outside the ancient emperor's residence stood many ancient gods, all astonished by the ongoing battle. So powerful. That black-armored general, he's too strong. The Sword Emperor himself is already an extraordinary being, having suppressed King Chunxing. But against the general, it feels like a whole new level. The disparity is quite big. The Sword Emperor has been completely suppressed. The ancient gods could not help giving praise. HNGH, I knew it. This Sword Emperor may be strong after passing those 2 obstacles, but passing the last challenge, that's impossible. Demon King Chunxing sniggered. A grin on his face in front of the residence's huge gates. Jian Wushuang was still being suppressed by the general in an almost pathetic manner, relying purely on his self-defense mechanism to keep up. Junior, my patience has its limits. You can't defeat me. Leave now, or don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The black-armored general's voice was cold and harsh. Teaching me a lesson? We'll see about that. Jian Wushuang smiled back without hesitation. That instantly infuriated the general. He stopped holding back. Ong! An ear-piercing roar resonated through the entire void. and even Jian Wushuang couldn't help but look up. What he saw was a deep, subtle flash. It was pitch black, with not a single mark of impurity, glaring as it shone. Not only Jian Wushuang, but even the ancient gods outside the ancient emperor's grave were mesmerized by it. This eye-catching flash was actually the eerie shadow of the general's spear. The spear had left the general's hand with such explosive speed. It was already reaching Jian Wushuang. Too fast. A speed beyond Jian Wushuang's comprehension. Gosh, I'm not going to be able to block it? Jian Wushuang was astonished. He had intended to use his swordsmanship to block it, but found himself unable to catch up with the spear. He could do nothing but watch as the spear approached. Ultimately, without obstruction, the spear pierced through his body. A power so strong it could have pierced heaven and earth went through him. Jian Wushuang shook. That power was weakened by half passing through his 5-gem amour. But whatever remained was still powerful enough to pierce a bowl-sized hole through his body. Jian Wushuang, still in shock, was taken aback by the blast. Is he dead? The general, with death in his eyes, gazed upon Jian Wushuang. But suddenly Jian Wushuang, still being thrown aback from the blast, stopped abruptly within the void. Jian Wushuang had his eyes fixated upon the general once again, the hole in his body now long gone. What? The black-armored general was obviously surprised. He had just put a hole through Jian Wushuang. Normal cultivators would have either been dead or greatly wounded by now. But the man before him, he showed no sign of weakness. His injury had already recovered. His recovery speed, how could it be so fast? Impressive. That was quite the spear. If I'm not wrong, there were some rules of order within it, right? Jian Wushuang said with a tinge of excitement. You know about that? The general was surprised, restraining himself. He stood statue-like once again, speaking coldly. Your self-defense mechanisms and restorative powers are impressive. I am unable to kill you, but you are still unable to pass me. So please leave. Unable? I don't think so. Jian Wushuang gave a cold laugh. Ancient God Emperor. You thought I wouldn't be able to tell someone was controlling this body I'm fighting with? The general's pupils constricted upon the words, Ancient God Emperor. A sharp glare could be seen in his eyes. The method of planting some consciousness within this Tao soldier, therefore controlling it? I've done it before. These kinds of tricks are no mystery to me. Jian Wushuang sniggered. The Tao soldier you control is very powerful himself, but a Tao soldier remains a Tao soldier. I can tell with a glance. Controlling a Tao soldier. Demonstrating third-stage great emperor powers with rules of order with the power of consciousness alone. Within these grounds, who else could it be but you, ancient God Emperor? Chapter 2079 Ancient God Emperor. Under the huge gates, the black-armored general's eyes shimmered in astonishment, fixated on Jian Wushuang. After a moment of silence, the general finally spoke. You are smart. But even if you know this Tao soldier's being controlled by the ancient God Emperor, what else can you do? Haha. If you were alive, defending your gates with your consciousness-controlled Tao soldier alone would suffice. But what's left of you is that very strand of consciousness, and a brittle one. It's already extremely difficult for you to remain within these gates. Don't even bother mentioning engaging in battle. Which means to say, the longer your soldier fights with me, the more damage it brings to your strand of consciousness. That's why you didn't want to fight me from the very beginning, convincing me to leave. Am I right? Jian Wushuang grinned as he watched the general. The general was fully covered in his black armor, so Jian Wushuang could not see if he had had a change in facial expression. But he did sense something change through the general's eyes. Under these circumstances, the only way to block me is to kill me swiftly, which you had just attempted. You couldn't do it. Even if I can't defeat you, as long as I force you to engage in battle with me. Let's see how long your consciousness will last. Jian Wushuang sniggered. The general's glance shifted, facing Jian Wushuang again. You're right, with simply my consciousness I can't block you. Since it has to be this way, come on in. After being said, the ancient residence gates, scribbled with weird marks and drawings of ancient beasts, rumbled and slowly opened behind the general. A broad pathway appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. As for that black-armored general, He was now stationed beside the residence's gates, eyes shut, reverting to his original statue form. Seeing the gates now being opened for him, Jian Wushuang showed a faint smile and made his way in. Outside the ancient emperor's residence, countless ancient gods had their eyes fixated on that entrance. When they saw the gates open, each and every one of them was astonished. How is that even possible? King Chunxing was even more bewildered. He knew how terrifying the general was. When he had first fought the general, a strike of the spear had been enough to badly wound him. He had almost lost his life then. Without a choice, he had had to leave. But now Jian Wushuang had even defeated the general? He actually made it through the 3 obstacles my father left behind. King Chunxing appeared extremely gloomy, before snorting. Even if he made it in, my father may not approve him. My father was one of the strongest in the first era. You think it's easy receiving his approval? That thought remained lingering in King Chunxing's heart. The huge, ancient place was a place of wonders. Even challenges could be found within it. But these challenges were reserved for the weaker ancient god clan people, when they entered once every 1 million years. It meant nothing to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had made his way through without any more obstacles. Before long, he reached the deepest part of the residence. There, a hazy figure was seen sitting cross-legged. It was a strong man in gold robes, his height beyond 3 meters. There he sat. The first impression he gave people was the word Lionheart, and within it an undeniable authority and dignity. This air of authority was as if he had the entire world under his foot. Countless experts were simply ants to him. In a glance, Jian Wushuang knew who the other person was. Greetings to you, ancient god emperor. Jian Wushuang gave a small bow as a form of respect. Jian Wushuang? The ancient god emperor gave him a glance. You're good. Only an 8-star ancient god. That's simply an emperor god amongst human cultivators. But your fighting power is obviously on par with 2nd stage great emperors. Even my 9 great war spirits couldn't stop you. Such impressive leapfrogging skills. You remind me of someone by the name of Emperor Bai. Have you heard of this person? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Emperor Bai was from the first era. Of course the ancient god emperor knew about him. Emperor Bai is not the leader of the Sanctuary Alliance. Both he and I practice inverse cultivation, Jian Wushuang replied. Indeed. The ancient god emperor smiled indifferently, unsurprised. In the beginning, that kiddo Emperor Bai was the same as you, nothing more than an emperor god. But his fighting power kept the weaker 2nd stage great emperors real busy. People then started to infer that it had to do with his unique method of cultivation, leading to the discovery of inverse cultivation. There were a few 3rd stage great emperors back then who were interested in his method and wanted to snatch it away from him. In the end, the 3rd stage great emperors were powerless, even though they had joined hands, even though Kiddo had peak 2nd stage fighting powers. When he surpassed great emperor levels, no one could touch him. The Kiddo's defense mechanisms were the same as yours. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang gasped silently. He had heard things regarding Emperor Bai, like how he was one of the strongest during the first era. But he could not be compared to elites like Ancient God Emperor and Sword Emperor Dugu. Furthermore, Ancient God Emperor was way more ancient than Emperor Bai. It only made sense that he called Emperor Bai Kiddo. But the Emperor Bai of today couldn't be compared to how he was back in the first era. According to Emperor Bai, he was now at the peak of the 3rd stage, almost between that and the 4th stage. That kind of fighting power would be slightly stronger than Ancient God Emperor's prime. I didn't like that, Kiddo. Nor do I like you. Ancient God Emperor gazed upon Jian Wushuang with that same air of authority surrounding him, and said, You know, it's hard to keep my strand of consciousness around. The reason why the gates open once every 1 million years is because it takes a lot of energy to control whatever I need once it opens. And this energy only fully regenerates after 1 million years. You barging in this time has forced my consciousness to awaken, having offended me this way. If I had more than simply that strand of consciousness, I would have killed you. As he spoke, a murderous aura covered Jian Wushuang. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2080 Soul Memory confirmed. That murderous aura covered Jian Wushuang. The ancient god emperor may have had nothing left but his strand of consciousness, but that was more than enough to shake the heavens. The awesome, murderous aura of the ancient god emperor would have brought others to heel by now, but not him. Jian Wushuang remained standing emotionless. The aura was nothing more than a gentle wind to his face. Composed, the ancient god emperor's face broadened to a grin, that murderous aura of his now long gone. What do you seek, kiddo? I want to be a new emperor of the ancient god clan, and I need your approval, Jian Wushuang replied. Haha, the ancient god clan has always prioritized bloodline over everything. You possess the perfect bloodline, which is something I myself dare not claim. That along with your skill set, the entire clan should have embraced you by now. Why seek my approval? The ancient god emperor smiled. The other clansmen are naturally fine with it, but King Qinxing insists, Jian Wushuang replied. Qinxing? That kid. The ancient god emperor's expression changed. He had 3 sons, of which Qinxing was the youngest and his dearest. When the first era collapsed, it had cost him an arm and a leg to keep Qinxing alive, along with others. King Qinxing's abilities are decent. I'm hoping to win him over. With him by my side, I'll be better equipped to take charge of the ancient god clan, Jian Wushuang said. I see. The ancient god emperor replied in realization and laughed. Kiddo, I have high standards, you should know that by now. You want my approval, you'll have to let me get a good look at you, don't resist. As he spoke, a mysterious power rose from his body and charged towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang frowned, but he could feel that the power was of no threat to him, so he did not resist. The power entered into his body and blanketed his substantive soul. Jian Wushuang realized. Checking my soul memory. Impressive move. Soul memory refers to the memory one possesses the moment he gains his soul power, recording everything the person experiences. Knowing the ancient god emperor's intentions, Jian Wushuang did not hide much, except for some hidden memories about his past, which he locked instantly. Even the ancient god emperor could not access it, only viewing what Wushuang wanted him to see. That did not frustrate the ancient god emperor, as he started to view these memories. From these memories he saw 2 important things. The first memory was when he kept the pillar intact with the lineage of stars, leading to the demise of the Star Palace Master. Jian Wushuang, with thunder-like strikes, had used the lineage of stars, and managed to survive against the punitive expeditions of other forces, allowing the lineage of stars to be recognized as the top powers by the Sanctuary Alliance. The second memory was outside the Green Fire world. Jian Wushuang was alone, against the experts in the eternal chaotic world. Against so many enemies from so many clans and tribes, he stood firm. This Green Fire world is my hometown. Whoever dares lay a finger on it will die. Asking the cultivators to leave the Green Fire world? I'll be the first to say never. So will the countless cultivators on this land, and our forefathers who came before us. Even if it means burning to ashes, we will fight for this land, till the very last man is down, till the last drop of blood is shed. We will never give in. Every word Jian Wushuang said, including the aura of defiance, to look death calmly in the face, was all captured by the ancient god emperor. Yet the ancient god emperor's eyes showed nostalgia. That had been a long time ago, when the first era was about to collapse. Countless experts from the first era, himself included, had all looked death straight in the eye during their battle. That unyielding defiance was to protect what they had. Exactly the same as Jian Wushuang with his Green Fire world. Seeing this, the ancient god emperor could not help but display excitement. Haha, I kinda like you now, kiddo. The emperor burst into laughter. For someone to look death straight in the eye, for your friends and family, I like people like you. Do I have your approval? Jian Wushuang asked the emperor. I approve, of course I do. If an able leader like yourself is willing to carry this responsibility of leading the ancient god clan, I believe we will survive through all challenges. Furthermore, not only will I make you the new emperor for our ancient god clan, I'll present you with the greatest gift you can find over here. The ancient god emperor's laughter resonated, and with a flip of his hand, 3 drops of gilded blood essence appeared. This, Jian Wushuang was mesmerized by it. He could feel the billowing power within those 3 drops. The ancient god power, purer and stronger than any other blood essences he had seen. The ancient god emperor said solemnly. Great pains were made to form the blood essence, every drip containing immense ancient god power. I've only collected 5 in my life, of which 1 I transferred to Qinxing in my era. The remaining 4 followed me to this grave. Many years ago, a lad named Luo Yu came and passed my test, so I passed him 1, leaving 3. These 3 drops, I had intended to slowly pass down to future generations. But now, I've decided to give you everything. Cultivate and absorb it, it'll help you too. As he finished talking, the 3 drops of blood were already floating towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was alerted but did not reject it. The 3 drops immediately integrated themselves into his body, the ancient god power billowing from within. Jian Wushuang started to cultivate the blood essence to the best of his ability. It goes without saying that 3 drops of blood were too much. 1 drop was beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination, and now 3? Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2081. A big coincidence. Hualala, the boundless ancient god power was bursting within Jian Wushuang. And with that came unprecedented pain. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. It was fortunate that he could resist the power of the 3 drops of blood essence bursting within him. If it were another person, he would have long exploded. Absorb as much as you want, kiddo. The ancient god emperor was laughing, his eyes sparkling. Besides these 3 drops, I'll teach you 1 secret skill. This is my favorite one I learned years ago at the ruins of the ancient era. Took me ages to understand it. Lucky you. With that, the ancient god emperor extended his palm and smacked Jian Wushuang's forehead. Hong. Information billowed towards Jian Wushuang. It contained many memories of how to use that skill. Jian Wushuang himself recognized it immediately. Moon picking skill. It's the moon picking skill. Jian Wushuang flinched. The moon picking skill was known as the strongest secret skill amongst the 3 big skills in the ancient god clan. This skill, although formidable, had its limitations compared to the other 2 skills in Jian Wushuang's opinion. It felt controversial to call it the top skill, because the star destruction skill felt more useful. But now, with this trove of information, Jian Wushuang finally understood why the moon picking skill was the top skill in the clan. The moon picking skill he had practiced in the past was incomplete. Yes, incomplete. He had only grasped a bit of the moon picking skill. What he could use was naturally only a small portion of the skill's true power. The true power of the moon picking skill was how the ancient god emperor emerged from the crowd as the best during the first era. Although the ancient god emperor was one of the strongest during the first era, it was nothing to the experts and demons of the ancient era. He only thought of the moon picking skill while amongst the ruins of the ancient era, a pure coincidence. Still, proudly, perfecting the skill was the ancient god emperor's proudest moment. The skill may not have come from the ancient era, but it was certainly much more powerful than many that did. The skill was the real deal, and now the ancient god emperor was giving it to him. Wang, the boundless information was streaming through Jian Wushuang's mind, along with that specific scene. That scene showed usage of the skill, and the key was the usage of the power of space-time. Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. Specifically speaking, he was completely fascinated. The moon plucking skill is a space-time related skill. What it involved was deep and profound. When Jian Wushuang first arrived at the ancient god sanctuary and learned the skill, as the ship went down he gained much understanding of space-time. Now, as he received the entire skill, he felt the same. His understanding of space-time was always stuck at the pinnacle of the 8th level of Doctrine Palace, stuck at a plateau. But now, he felt as though a brand new door had gradually opened in front of him. If he took the time to understand more, the door would open completely, and he will be able to cross it. Coincidence? What an opportunity of a lifetime! Jian Wushuang immediately understood that, and naturally started to focus. As he was absorbing the entire moon plucking skill, he was also understanding the unique ways of space-time powers, all while his body was cultivating the 3 drops of ancient god power. All 3 actions were happening concurrently. Weaker cultivators would find this impossible to accomplish, but not almighty-level experts. They could do 4 if they wanted to. As time passed, Jian Wushuang's bloodline power of the ancient clan was increasing, his aura now increasingly stronger. His understanding of space-time was also improving exponentially. This happened for 3 days. After 3 days, the ancient emperor's residence finally went quiet. At the residence's core, Jian Wushuang stood quietly, his divine power and aura finally calming down. His eyes were opened, and within it existed a concentrated, powerful light. Those 2 streaks of light in his eyes were like lightning sparkling. Previously, there were only 8 ancient god stars between his eyes. But now there were 9. The 9 stars meant he had finally reached 9-star ancient god levels. A 9-star ancient god, specifically a 9-star of the ancient clan. This level meant he had reached great emperor levels amongst human cultivators. Reading these levels, it meant that Jian Wushuang's ancient clan bloodline power would undergo unprecedented changes. Its explosive power would definitely be an improvement. This also meant that when Jian Wushuang performed the ancient god clan's secret skills and unique skills, he'd be more powerful than ever before. His divine body had now also improved, not as ridiculously as when he jumped from the first stage of the 7th step of inverse cultivation to the 2nd stage, but equally significant. This was all thanks to the complete absorption of the 3 drops of ancient god blood essence, along with learning the complete moon picking skill. During the skill imparting process, Jian Wushuang had also interacted with greater knowledge of space-time. Now that the moon picking skill had truly been imparted to him, he had also made improvements regarding his space-time understanding and reached 9th level Doctrine Palace standards. The 9th level seemed close to the pinnacle of the 8th level, but were in fact miles apart. Previously, Jian Wushuang had only had an advantage against other great emperors in terms of pure power, but not his understanding. Every great emperor had a minimal 9th level Doctrine Palace understanding, and now Jian Wushuang had finally caught up. This step had caused a qualitative change in his overall power. Before I stepped into the ancient emperor's grave, I was one of the top few 2nd stage great emperors with the help of my inverse cultivation, immemorial celestial body and more, but now, please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2082 Submission. The pinnacle of 2nd stage, the best around. Even if I got caught up with a 3rd stage great emperor like that demon King Chenyu, I won't be able to defeat him per se, but at least I'll be able to put up a fight. Jian Wushuang clutched his hands as he felt the greatly improved bloodline power flowing within him along with the power to controlling surrounding time-space. He was ecstatic. He had analyzed previously, and as long as he improved in understanding in time-space doctrine or reincarnation doctrine, he would reach the pinnacle 2nd stage great emperor levels. Now, not only had he made that step forward in the time-space doctrine, he was now a 9-star ancient god too. Naturally, he was now stronger than previously expected. Thank you, O ancient emperor. Jian Wushuang bowed in front of him, but this time it was sincere. After all, the ancient god emperor was the reason behind this newfound strength. Haha, no need to thank me. If you are able to lead the ancient god clan out of that calamity, simply keeping the clan alive will be good enough for me. The ancient god emperor laughed heartily. O ancient emperor, what calamity are you referring to? Jian Wushuang frowned. No need to rush, you'll encounter it soon. Or maybe you've already have. Time will tell. The ancient god emperor smiled faintly. The reason I left my strand of consciousness here was to find a new leader for the ancient god clan. Now that I have this residence and my consciousness, he has no reason to be around. As he spoke, Jian Wushuang could feel the surrounding residence shaking crazily. This form of vibration was violent in unprecedented degrees as major boulders collapsed. At the same time, the already hazy translucent figure that was the ancient god emperor's consciousness was beginning to fade away. Jian Wushuang naturally understood what was happening. With a deep breath he took another bow. Farewell, O great emperor. The ancient god emperor kept that smile the entire way, eyes fixated on Jian Wushuang as he eventually became nothing. Ancient god emperor, the super expert of the first era, had now vanished. Outside the residence, King Chunxing, King Luoyu and other experts from the ancient god clan were waiting quietly. What Jian Wushuang did outside the gates was within their line of sight. But as the gates opened, what happened after Jian Wushuang entered? No one knew. They waited for 3 days and nothing. It's already been 3 days. What is the Sword Emperor doing inside? King Chunxing was stone-faced. He still did not believe Jian Wushuang would receive his father's approval. But at that moment, Hong Long Long, such an enormous place began to shake crazily. The shaking became more and more intense, even shaking the heavens. What's going on? What's happening? The ancient gods were all confused and looked towards the grave in astonishment. Suddenly, an aura of unyielding authority and magnanimity rose up from the grave to the heavens. Slowly, it formed a hazy figure of a man in gold robes. The experts all seemed like ants, being so high above the heavens. This aura. King Chunxing stared daggers at that figure that rose from the grave. Father! Chunxing called out immediately. King! Oh my king! The ancient gods below all looked up in awe and fervor. Ancient God Emperor, the first leader of the ancient god clan, was an irreplaceable figure for many ancient gods. And now, the ancient god emperor spoke slowly as the rest watched. That unyielding authority could be felt in his voice as it resonated around the entire area. From today onwards, Jian Wushuang will be the new leader of the ancient god clan. All clansmen who dare disobey or disrespect him will have their actions seen as open defiance. There will be no mercy for those who do as such. As he ended his speech, the ancient god emperor's figure gradually dissipated into thin air. The enormous grave at this moment collapsed entirely. The entire place was now gone, along with the ancient god emperor's presence and aura. Everyone stared blankly at the ruins, yet to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, from the ruins a figure appeared. He was not as tall as the ancient god emperor, but his aura of authority was no weaker than the god emperor's. As he walked over step by step, as if some sort of magic, his presence and authority grew in the hearts and minds of many ancient gods. Without hesitation, King Luoyu was the first to get on his knees and greet Jian Wushuang. Greetings, ancient emperor. Greetings, ancient emperor. The many 7- and 8-starred ancient gods did the same. Even the 9-starred ancient god King Zhansong, after being slightly shaken up, got down on his knees as well. Only one remained standing. King Chunxing Jian Wushuang, with his gaze of unyielding authority, gazed upon King Chunxing. A strong bloodline power was applied to King Chunxing immediately. King Chunxing, do you insist on being this way? Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. King Chunxing trembled, and finally showed a bitter smile. He took a deep breath. In front of others he bent the knee, and greeted Jian Wushuang with a strong resounding voice. Chunxing, here to greet O ancient emperor, from this day forward. Your wish is my command, and if I disobey, may the heavens punish me. Finally, a smile could be seen on Jian Wushuang. Luoyang City, inside a great hall. The strongest experts from the ancient god were all there. King Chunxing, King Luoyu, King Zhansong, along with the lords King Guyu and King Tong, and the other clan leaders, were all present. There was almost 100 people packed inside the hall. They represented almost all of the ancient god clan. And on the top of the hall, on that unique, mighty throne, sat Jian Wushuang. The ancient gods below all looked up to Jian Wushuang in awe and fervor. O ancient emperor, I have asked the clansmen to start the coronation ceremony preparations. It can proceed 1 month from now. King Luoyu said respectfully. The ceremony can wait. No rush. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. A new champion and a new leader had emerged. Naturally, a grand ceremony was necessary. But circumstances were dire, and Jian Wushuang had no time for anything else. King Chunxing, Jian Wushuang said, please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2083 Invitation. Ancient Emperor. King Chunxing immediately looked over. Before I arrived here, you were the person in charge of the ancient god sanctuary. You should have received a message from the Sanctuary Alliance, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Indeed, King Chunxing nodded. The message came from Ancestor Tian Chen personally from the Alliance. stating the calamity the eternal chaotic world was facing. I told him I'd prepare everything that's needed, but the brawl within the ancient god clan hindered that process. Jian Wushuang looked at King Chenxing. He understood what had really happened. He knew King Chenxing was going to get rid of King Luoyu and others, then get the ancient god clan to step up once everything had settled down. Unfortunately, everything had spiraled beyond his control. The Three Emperors World, Holocaust Sect, Acheron Palace, they're all public enemies of the eternal chaotic world. What they do not only threatens the Sanctuary Alliance and the human domain, but the entire eternal chaotic world. We cannot avoid this battle, we must prepare for it, Jian Wushuang instructed. Aye, King Chenxing nodded. Now that everything had settled down within the ancient god clan, and Jian Wushuang had given the order, all they needed to do was gather the experts for battle. That was not hard. Besides our clan, other tribes and clans should have received the same message, but no response has been heard from them since. We need to think of a way to speed them up. Jian Wushuang's voice was clear. The ancient gods below the throne looked up towards Jian Wushuang. King Luoyu, didn't you want to organize the coronation ceremony? If it's a ceremony, a lot of experts from different clans will be invited, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Aye, King Luoyu nodded. If that's the case, use this ceremony to get all the experts over. Not just the other top 3 tribes, but every clan that has the ability. As long as they have one almighty within the clan, send an invitation to them, and get the person in charge to attend. At least someone with a voice in decision-making. As the ancient god clan, this shouldn't be tough to do, right? Jian Wushuang said solemnly. Rest assured, ancient emperor. We'll make the arrangements right away, guaranteeing every important person will be there. King Luoyu replied. Good, make the arrangements now. Remember, be quick about it, Jian Wushuang replied. Yes, King Luoyu, and the others quickly made their way out for the preparations. Jian Wushuang was left alone on the throne, and let out a slight sigh. He was weirded out. Ancient God Emperor, the leader of such an awesome clan, I could get used to this. Jian Wushuang smiled. At this moment, a transmission token from his Qianquan ring was activated. Jian Wushuang. It was Emperor Bai. Oh, Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang replied immediately. What's your situation now? I have taken the entire ancient god clan under my wing as an ancient god emperor, the real deal. The coronation ceremony will begin in a month. Jian Wushuang laughed. Wow, ancient god emperor? Congrats. Emperor Bai laughed. The other clans? Those I do not know about. I have made the arrangements for their leaders, or decision-making elders, to attend my coronation ceremony. I'll discuss it with them during the ceremony, Jian Wushuang replied. No need to rush, the dark millstone has stopped. The next battle will not be a simple one. Troops from the Three Emperors World won't be able to make their moves for now. Emperor Bai replied. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. Also, I need to talk to you about something else. Emperor Bai's voice sounded serious. Our Sanctuary Alliance scout at the Sky-Devouring Sanctuary has news. Spotting experts from either the Acheron Palace or Holocaust Sect interacting with the Sky-Devouring clan. The Sky-Devouring clan's actions are getting suspicious too. Take note. Sky-Devouring clan? Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. There were 4 top clans amongst the special tribes. The Sky-Devouring clan was one of the 4, like the ancient god clan. Both had their own sanctuaries, and their strength and influence were not to be messed with. But now, suspected experts from the Acheron Palace or Holocaust Sect were seen on Sky-Devouring grounds. Suspicious actions from the Sky-Devouring clan themselves? Emperor Bai, what you're saying is that the Sky-Devouring clan is now siding with the Three Emperors World? Jian Wushuang asked. I can't be sure about that, but it's possible. After all, that clan's the most eccentric of the 4 top clans. The other 3 would never switch sides. But them? Maybe, Emperor Bai replied. Understood. I'll do my best to figure out what's happening, Jian Wushuang replied. Be careful. If you get into trouble and can't settle it with your ancient god clan alone, let me know. I'll send people from the Sanctuary Alliance. With that being said, Emperor Bai disconnected the transmission. Jian Wushuang remained there in his throne, but his face was now darkened. The Sky-Devouring clan, as one of the top 4 clans, has so much influence on the other clans. If the Sky-Devouring clan really swapped sides, that would be a big blow for those clans that follow it. I hope the leader of the Sky Devourers are not that foolish. If not. Jian Wushuang had a cold gaze. With a new ancient god emperor emerging from the ancient god clan, a coronation ceremony was planned for a month from now, with many tribes and clans coming over to attend. This news took the entire special tribe domain by storm. Many experts from tribes and clans all over were shocked when they heard the news. After all, after the ancient god emperor collapsed from the first era, there was not another ancient god emperor. The affairs within the ancient god clan were always handled by King Qinsheng, and for a long period now. But now a new emperor? And not King Qinsheng, but an ancient god expert with true bloodline of emperors? And this new emperor was from the human domain. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2080 for the succession ceremony. The news took the entire special tribe domain by storm, since it was released. Countless experts were curious. This new emperor of the ancient god clan. Who was he? How much did he have within him to be affirmed by King Qinsheng and take the throne? The invitation that was sent out was accepted by all the clans. No one would refuse it, nor did anyone dare to. After so many years, the ancient god clan was finally having their coronation ceremony. Furthermore, there was a personal invitation from them. Who would dare disrespect them by not attending? Even the God Eater clan and Black Dragon clan of the elite clans agreed immediately, with their leaders making their way over on time. All that was left was that Sky Swallowing clan. The Sky Swallowing Sanctuary was as boundless as the ancient god sanctuary. And who owned the Sky Swallowing Sanctuary? Of course it was the Sky Swallowing clan. The sanctuary may have held many special tribes, but they had all surrendered to the Sky Swallowers. A dark void. This void was in the deepest depths of the Sky Swallower's lair, blanketed with several ceiling formations. No one could enter undetected. Just then within the void, a relatively arrogant young man with an eagle-like nose stood. That arrogant man may have looked young, but he was in fact an old monster. How old? No one knew. This man was the verified leader of the Sky Swallowing clan, by the name of Basu. Coronation ceremony of the ancient god emperor? A new ancient god emperor at this juncture? The arrogant man Basu had an abnormal smile on his face. According to what we received, this new emperor comes from the human tribe, and a member of the Sanctuary Alliance as well, by the name of Jian Wushuang. He's known as the Sword Emperor. A black-robed mysterious man stood beside Basu. Sword Emperor? Human? Haha. Maybe old age has muddled with King Qinsheng's mind for him to get a human to become ancient god clan's emperor. Basu could not help but snigger. Mr. Basu, we better not underestimate this Sword Emperor. He did real damage to my Acheron palace. If he didn't destroy the Dark Millstone, my palace wouldn't be in such a mess, the black-robed man replied coldly. If he had not destroyed the millstone, you wouldn't need to collaborate with the Sky Swallowing clan, I suppose. Basu glared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man kept his silence. He did not deny it. If the Dark Millstone was still operational, the Three-Emperor world and its allies would crush the eternal chaotic world with a snap of the finger. All that resisted would be slaughtered effortlessly. Experts would not need to come down to the Sky Swallowing Sanctuary either. Mr. Basu, you must believe that we of the Archilon Palace are sincere, the black-robed man replied. Relax, if I didn't believe it, you would be dead by now. Basu laughed coldly. Now that the ancient god clan has personally delivered to me their invitation, it's a must that I attend the ceremony. I'm afraid our plans will need to halt for the time being. If my predictions are correct, that Sword Emperor's using the ceremony to get more clans to follow the Sanctuary Alliance against us Three Emperors world, the black-robed man said. Perhaps, but with me around, that won't be easy. If we're lucky, their effort may work in our favor instead. Basu laughed coldly, his eyes visibly ruthless. A month passed by. The coronation ceremony was finally about to begin. It was to happen in the main hall, packed with leaders and experts from all tribes and clans. These people had finally gotten to meet this new ancient god emperor. But the emperor was completely different from what they had predicted. He looked more human than ancient god. But the aura of unyielding authority over other ancient gods remained, and was the real deal. The ceremony happened sequentially. Everything was settled within 2 hours. After the ceremony was over, the ancient god clan hosted a grand feast. During this feast, there were more experts from other tribes than there were from the ancient god clan themselves. With a glance one could see that there were more than 1,000 men. These 1,000 men, each of them at least an almighty. Behind them each was an impressive tribe. Of course, only the people who had attained almighty levels and above could attend the feast. Those weaker tribes without almighties were not even invited. After all, they would be useless in the battle against the three emperors' world. At the center of the feast sat the star of the feast, Jian Wushuang. He looked down. Everyone. As Jian Wushuang spoke, the noise and ruckus below immediately stopped. The reason I have invited you all today is for everyone here to bear witness to this succession ceremony. But also, there is something I need to discuss with everyone here. It regards the lives and deaths of everyone here. The crowd started to murmur. Many experts frowned upon hearing what Jian Wushuang said, but more of them showed no change in expression. They had long guessed the true intention of this feast. Ancient Emperor, may I ask, this issue you mention, is it the same issue the Sanctuary Alliance messaged all of us about? One man below asked. That is correct, Jian Wushuang nodded. Most of you should have received the message before, and should understand the situation the eternal chaotic world is undergoing right now. From the Holocaust sect, to the Aklon Palace, and now the Three Emperors world. They have formed an alliance, with the Three Emperors world leading it. This is too big a threat against our eternal chaotic world. They obviously intend to destroy this entire world. At this juncture, the experts amongst us must gather together to resist, and put up a fight together if need be. If we still treat this lightly, by the time the enemy strikes, it will be too late for us to even form an alliance by then. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2085 The Tribes Unite. O Ancient Emperor. Someone stood up as Jian Wushuang ended his speech. It was a black-robed old man who let off an eerie aura. King Chen Xing, standing beside Jian Wushuang, whispered, "That man is the leader of the Blackbone clan He Qi. Although their clan cannot be compared to the top 4 clans, their abilities are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, they follow the Sky-Swallowing clan." Jian Wushuang understood. "Clan Elder He Qi, may I know your thoughts?" Jian Wushuang smiled back. "O Ancient Emperor, I myself have received the message from the Sanctuary Alliance. But in my humble opinion, this fight is only between the Three Emperors world and the humans, and has nothing to do with us special tribes. Even if as the Holocaust sect or the Archilon Palace, they are only active in human domains. Very rarely do they step on our grounds. If it is a battle amongst humans, we special tribes have no need to interfere," He Qi replied. This caused a slight commotion within the crowd. Jian Wushuang watched the crowd from above, and saw how they responded. He replied, "Looks like you have not fully grasped the severity of this issue, Clan Elder He Qi. Indeed, we have never interfered in human matters, and vice versa. Of course we would not interfere if it was a simple war between the humans. But this issue, do you really think it only involves humans? Everyone, let me show you all a projected image." As he spoke, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Instantly, a large projected image appeared above the void. In that projection was the great dark millstone. As the millstone moved, it crushed everything. Everywhere it went, every inch of grass, every domain and countless cultivators, were all crushed into ash. Nothing remained. And as it turned, the millstone expanded exponentially. Seeing this, all the experts were shocked. "O Ancient Emperor, what is this thing in the projection?" a clan elder inquired. "This is the dark millstone. As you can see, it devours everything in its path. And within the millstone lies the Three Emperors world. This is the source of the crisis the Sanctuary Alliance has warned us of. But rest assured, a team of experts from the Sanctuary Alliance had barged into the Three Emperors world and destroyed the energy source within it. stopping the millstone, but at a great cost, Jian Wushuang said. As they heard that the millstone had stopped, the experts all heaved a sigh of relief. Even as a projection, they all saw how terrifying the millstone was. Without a doubt, if the millstone continued to expand, the entire eternal chaotic world would go down in flames. O ancient emperor, He Qi from the Blackbone clan spoke once again. The millstone is indeed terrifying, but it has not appeared in our special tribe's domain, and as you've said, it had stopped. It poses no more threat. In this case, the only enemies of the three emperor world are the humans. He Qi could not finish his sentence. Foolish. Jian Wushuang interrupted him in a fit of rage. O ancient emperor, what do you mean? He Qi's face darkened, a tinge of anger visible through his eyes. I called you foolish, unbelievably foolish. Jian Wushuang pointed at He Qi and scolded. I really have my doubts on how you became clan leader. What stupid words you've said. You say since the millstone has stopped and has not affected our special tribe domain, it's not our enemy. That's like saying the enemy was about to strike you with his sword, but was blocked by another. You being the stupid one, then begin to say the enemy was not going for you? The enemy was just playing around? Haha, must you really wait for the sword to pierce your heart before you admit the enemy was going for you? Clan Elder He Qi, the logic is clear even to a 3-year-old. An emperor god expert like you, the leader of a clan, can't even understand it? You dare say you're not foolish? Jian Wushuang showed no restraint. It was a clear insult, and in front of so many tribe leaders, the Blackbone clan leader He Qi was trembling in anger and shame. His teeth clenched tightly, unconsciously looking towards Ba Su seating in front of the hall. The sky-swallowing clan leader Ba Su had to give him a stern glance before He Qi could suppress his anger. He sat down once again. HNGH. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang snorted in contempt, his glance now on Ba Su. He realized that the sky-swallowing clan leader was very calm about what had happened, sitting there without muttering a word. This sky swallower got the Blackbone clan to stand up for him. What exactly does he want? Jian Wushuang muttered. In the main hall, all the experts and leaders witnessed the scolding of He Qi. The scolding was coarse, but it made sense. Another figure stood up. It was another clan leader, whose abilities were not any lesser than the Blackbone clans. But what was different was that this clan resided within the ancient god sanctuary, and followed the ancient god clan faithfully. O ancient emperor, I think we all understand what you mean. The black millstone was obviously made to destroy the entire eternal chaotic world, not just the human domains. Thankfully, the experts from the Sanctuary Alliance were able to stop it. Consequences would be dire if it had not happened. Therefore, if we special tribes don't form an alliance with the Human Sanctuary Alliance, once the three emperors' word destroys the Sanctuary Alliance, we special tribes will certainly be their next target. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2086. Special Tribes Alliance. You're right. One of the leaders from a special tribe stood up and said, this tribe had no prior connection with either the Ancient God clan or the Sky-Swallowing clan. He continued solemnly, we had our suspicions that the Three Emperor world was up to no good when the Sanctuary Alliance sent us the message. I have already held my own meeting with a few clans before today. Furthermore, the experts in my clan are prepared and ready for what is to come. All we need is a leader to lead us into battle. If the ancient God Emperor is willing to lead us, we will fight alongside you in this battle. The various clan leaders spoke the truth. When the Sanctuary Alliance sent out the warning, most of the clans started their preparation for war. However, the special tribes were different from the Sanctuary Alliance. They did not have an organization. Even if the clans were willing to fight, there was no one to round them up and organize a fighting force. It would be difficult for the individual clans to make any moves as it was too dangerous. During these times of crisis, the four top-tier clans would usually step up and gather the different clans to fight together. However, the actions of the four top-tier clans this time were mysterious. Furthermore, there were differences in power, even though all four clans were categorized as top-tier clans. Among the special tribes, All that a clan needed to have to be classified as top tier was for them to have a certain number of almighty, and at least one great emperor around. Clans like the God-Eater clan and the Blackwater Dragon barely made the cut to be categorized as a top-tier clan. Even though they wanted to organize a fighting force, their influence was limited compared to the other two top-tier clans, the Ancient God clan and the Sky-Swallowing clan. The Ancient God clan and the Sky-Swallowing clan were the legitimate rulers among the special tribes. They were far more powerful and had a stronger foundation compared to the initial two clans. Furthermore, there was more than one great emperor within each clan. For example, within the Ancient God clan, there had been two great emperors since the earliest days. King Zhang and Jian Wushuang eventually joined their ranks to make the clan even stronger. Even though there were not many people from the Sky-Swallowing clan, they were definitely powerful. According to myths, they had as many as 3 great emperors. Under normal circumstances, as long as any of these top-tier clans would step up and take the lead, it would be enough to gather the special tribes. However, the 2 top-tier clans did not take the lead. Ancient God clan had just had a civil war, and no one knew what the mysterious Sky-Swallowing clan was doing. It was not until after the end of their civil war, when the new Ancient God Emperor, Jian Wushuang, gathered the various leaders of the special tribes. Most of these leaders were already willing to participate in the fight. The remaining leaders made up their minds when they saw the dark millstone. Ancient God Emperor, my clan is willing to fight. My clan will fight too. Voices of different leaders echoed out as they stood up to show their willingness to fight. Even the leaders of the 2 remaining top-tier clans, the Blackwater Dragon clan and the God-Eater clan, declared that they would fight. All who had yet to declare their stance among the crowd was Sky-Swallowing clan and the Blackbone clan. At the banquet, the various leaders and experts looked at the quiet Basu. Jian Wushuang shifted his view and looked at Basu as well. Mr. Basu, what is the stance of the Sky-Swallowing clan? Jian Wushuang asked politely. Basu looked up slightly and smiled devilishly. He spoke. The 3 emperors' world is the common enemy of the eternal chaotic world. Since everyone here is willing to fight, the Sky-Swallowing clan will definitely fight together with everyone. When the battle starts, we will be at the forefront. Oh. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. Be at the forefront of the battlefront? What an empty promise. Jian Wushuang thought to himself silently. Ancient God Emperor, even though everyone here has agreed to fight, how are we going to do it? We can't possibly do our own things when the battle starts, right? Basu looked at Jian Wushuang devilishly and asked. Yes, Mr. Basu is right. Since we are going to ally with the Sanctuary Alliance to fight, we need to find a way to properly unite. I suggest that we emulate the humans and form a special tribes alliance. What do all of you think of this idea? Jian Wushuang smiled. Special Tribes Alliance? The various leaders and top-tier experts looked at each other and started discussing. Within moments, they managed to come to a consensus. Ancient God Emperor, we agree that we should form the Special Tribes Alliance, Blackwater Dragon Emperor said. He was the leader of one of the 4 top-tier clans, the Blackwater Dragoner clan. The Blackwater Dragon clan was a clan which had a long and rich history. Their leader, the Blackwater Dragon Emperor, was a beautiful woman in black clothes. Even though she was beautiful, no one dared to look at her twice, as she was a famous viper. Furthermore, she was a powerful great emperor, and no one dared to disrespect her. The special tribes should have formed an alliance long ago. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor laughed charmingly. Every other leader nodded their head in agreement. The leader of Blackbone clan He Qi, who was reprimanded by Jian Wushuang, stood up and asked. The Blackbone clan has no objection in forming the Special Tribes Alliance. My concern is, who will be the leader of this alliance? Leader of this alliance? Everyone was stunned. The beauty in black clothing, the Blackwater Dragon Emperor said. This alliance is made up of all the special tribes. There isn't a need for there to have one single leader. We can have 4 or 5 leaders who manage the Special Tribes Alliance together. Is this not better? Yes. All the experts present nodded their heads in agreement. If the alliance only had one leader, the leader would be far too powerful. If he was a selfish person, or had a strong will, he would have complete control of the special tribes. This was not what all the special tribes wanted to see. Heiqi smirked coldly upon hearing this. It may be better if we have more leaders within the alliance, but do not forget that we are going to ally with Sanctuary Alliance. Chapter 2087 Leader of the Alliance. Everyone looked at Heiqi. He smiled lightly and continued. Let's not go into the character traits of the humans. From what I know, the Sanctuary Alliance has 10 great emperors. They also have the unanimous strongest expert, Emperor Bai. Has everyone here heard of Emperor Bai? Most of the leaders frowned when they heard this. They had definitely heard of Emperor Bai. Everyone within the eternal chaotic world regarded him as the strongest man, even those among the special tribes. If we ally with Sanctuary Alliance, our influence within this alliance won't be as strong as theirs as we are slightly weaker. Emperor Bai can just overpower us if we discuss some matters within alliance. Who can stand against his might? What if they simply make their own decisions in the face of an emergency in the future, without discussing it with us? What should we do? Hence, our special alliance needs a figurehead. This man needs to stand up to the pressure Emperor Bai and the Sanctuary Alliance to fight for our own rights. This man can come from one of the leaders in the Special Tribes Alliance. He doesn't need to have absolute power, but he must possess the ability to make on-the-spot decisions. We could have one main leader and a few co-leaders to supervise and aid in the running of the alliance. What does everyone feel about this? Heiqi said confidently. It sounded as though he had rehearsed it many times. The experts remained silent after they heard what Heiqi had said. After giving it some thought, they felt that what Heiqi said was right. Making decisions would take too long if there were too many leaders who had equal power, each giving their own opinions on the matter. Another factor to consider was whether the leader would give in to the pressure when facing Emperor Bai and the Sanctuary Alliance. Who do you think should take up the role of this leader if we were to adopt this style of leadership within the alliance? The beautiful black water dragon emperor in black clothing looked over at Heiqi and asked, Haha, like I said previously, the most important factor in becoming the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance is power and the ability to stand up to Emperor Bai. This has always been the practice of our tribes since ancient times, the strongest man becoming the leader. In my opinion, the most suitable person for this job is the leader of the sky-swallowing clan, Basu. He is the strongest man among the special tribes. He is the only person qualified to become the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. Many of the experts nodded their heads in agreement after hearing what Heiqi had said. In the eternal chaotic world, your power determined your social status no matter where you were, even within the special tribes. Just like what Heiqi had said, the leader of the sky-swallowing clan, Basu, was the strongest man among the special tribes. He was even stronger than King Chenxing. He met the conditions of being the leader of the alliance perfectly. He was the strongest man and was the leader of a top-tier clan. My clan is willing to support Basu as the leader of the alliance. My clan is willing as well. Many of the leaders started to give their opinions. Many faces of many others, however, turned dark. People like the leader of the God-Eater clan and the Blackwater Dragon clan were gloomy. At the bottom of their hearts, they were extremely against the idea of Basu becoming the leader of the alliance. This was because the Sky-Swallowing clan was a fierce clan that was ruled by force. The people of this clan could absorb the blood essence of the members of the other special tribes in order to become stronger. They would hunt the experts from the other clans frequently. More than half of the clans had their members killed and devoured by the Sky-Swallowing clan. Many of those clans hated the Sky-Swallowing clan to the core. However, they were too weak to do anything. They were extremely unwilling for the leader of the Sky-Swallowing clan to be nominated to become the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. Even though they were unwilling for this to happen, they did not dare to stand up and go against the Sky-Swallowing clan. That would be equal to shaming them. Most of the leaders present were in this predicament. They shifted their gazes to the three top-tier clans. They first scanned the leader of the God-Eater clan and the Blackwater Dragon clan before they shook their heads. They knew that even though those two were all top-tier clans, it would not be possible for them to stand up against the Sky-Swallowing clan. Hence, they all looked at their last hope, the Ancient God clan. It was the only clan that could stand against the Sky-Swallowing clan. Everyone set their sights on Jian Wushuang in anticipation. This included the leaders of the God-Eater clan and the Blackwater Dragon clan. As compared to the Sky-Swallowing clan, there were more willing for the Ancient God clan to be the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. Jian Wushuang knew that everyone was looking at him hopefully. He smirked coldly and looked at the leader of the Blackbone clan, He Qi, in the eyes. Clan leader He Qi, you just said that within the Special Tribes, everyone will look up to the strong. Hence, am I right to say only the strongest among us can become the leader of the alliance? Yes. The Ancient God clan has an extremely good reputation. You too, as their leader, have the right to become the leader of the alliance. However, I heard that you became a 9-star Ancient God not too long ago. You will not be able to stand up against Emperor Bai in terms of fighting power. Furthermore, you are far too young. This is why I chose to support Lord Basu. I seek your understanding, my lord. He Qi nodded his head and smiled. It's all right. What you said was reasonable. Without absolute power, who dares to become the leader of the alliance? However, one's power is not determined by what people say, but through a real fight. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and replied, Mr. Basu, I have long heard that you are the undisputedly strongest man among the Special Tribes. Are you willing to have a brawl with me since we are both here today? Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2088 Basu. Everyone at the banquet fell silent after hearing what Jian Wushuang had just said. Every expert was shocked beyond words. Even though the way he had said it was tactful, the meaning behind the words was clear. Jian Wushuang was challenging Basu. He was challenging the most powerful man among the Special Tribes. Even King Chenxing, who was standing beside the Jian Wushuang, was stunned. He secretly transmitted a message to Jian Wushuang. Ancient God Emperor, Basu is an extremely strong opponent. I fought him years ago, and his fighting power was top tier amongst the Stage 2 Great Emperors. What if he even reaches the power level of a Stage 3 Great Emperor? If you were to fight him, what if? No worries. Jian Wushuang waved him off. His eyes were still set on Basu as he smiled. What will your reply be, Mr. Basu? Everyone shifted their vision to Basu. They anticipated his reply. Even though most of the experts hated the Sky-Swallowing clan, they still had to admit that Basu was the strongest man. The only person who could barely come close in a fight was King Chenxing. No one knew much about the new Ancient God Emperor. Could he really go toe-to-toe against Basu? Basu smiled creepily. He looked at Jian Wushuang and replied, Since it's a request from the Ancient God Emperor, why would I reject? Please follow me. Jian Wushuang stood up and flew towards a vast space. Basu smiled indifferently as he followed suit. They stood facing each other in the vast space. The crowd looked at them excited. On one side was the new Ancient God Emperor. On the other was the leader of the Sky-Swallowing clan. Both of them had enormous power within their respective clans. This battle was much anticipated. Most of the experts, from the bottom of their hearts, hoped that Jian Wushuang would win. The outcome of this battle determined the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. I don't care if I became the leader of the alliance, as long as the experts in the Special Tribes are willing to help in dealing with the Three Emperors world. However, no one from the Sky-Swallowing clan can be the leader. Jian Wushuang stood there motionless. He looked at Basu as his gaze turned cold. He had just gotten word from the Sanctuary Alliance that the Sky-Swallowing clan was working with the Acheron Palace secretly. Who knew what would happen if they became the leader of the alliance? Hence, anyone could become the leader of the alliance. Anyone but Basu. Mr. Basu, let's fight. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Basu had a playful grin on his face. He thought to himself, if I can successfully become the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance, more than half of the plans my clan have will be complete. What follows will be much easier. As for the Ancient God Emperor, haha, he thinks too highly of himself. Basu did not take Jian Wushuang seriously. He had gotten to know things about Jian Wushuang through Acheron Palace. He knew that Jian Wushuang had fighting power equivalent to that of a stage 2 great emperor. He would be on par or just a little stronger than King Qinsheng. He was not worried at all. I will not go easy on you. From the looks of it, you are really confident, my dear ancient god emperor. Ba Su smiled coldly. Right then, HUM. A wave of exceptionally strong bloodline power radiated from Ba Su as stripes of golden secret restrictions appeared on his face. His body turned from that of a normal human into that of an enormous golden bat. The same secret restrictions appeared all over the body of the bat. A bat? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The first member of the sky-swallowing clan he met could also turn into a bat. However, that bat did not possess a pure bloodline power. His fighting power was pathetic. The sky-swallowing bat in front of Jian Wushuang was completely gold. Ba Su, too, had the bloodline power of an emperor. This Ba Su. He revealed his true form since the beginning. What an overbearing aura. Is this the power of the strongest man among the special tribes? Many of the spectators showed fear when they saw the golden bat. Ba Su's face was covered with golden secret restrictions. He thought to himself, I shall not waste time. I will end this battle fast and defeat him. Ba Su opened his mouth suddenly as a glint of cruelty flashed across his eyes. Screech! A stern hiss was heard as it reverberated through the air. This high-pitched sound was painful for the ears. Most of the audience could not help but cover their ears. Jian Wushuang felt an overpowering energy swept over him without any warning as the sound was heard. This is soul attack? Jian Wushuang turned pale. His self-defense mechanism was so strong that he was basically unkillable. However, his soul was not very powerful. This soul attack was the strongest attack Jian Wushuang had ever encountered. This attack was too sudden, and Jian Wushuang was not prepared for it. It was obvious that he was slow in trying to protect himself against this attack. By the time he had recovered from the attack, his head was still spinning. He saw a golden claw appear in front of him. It was as though the golden claw was a bolt of golden lightning. It tore the void apart mercilessly. There was nothing obstructing its path as the claw swept over Jian Wushuang. A terrifying aura and tearing force erupted from the attack. Under the influence of the aura, Jian Wushuang turned into a meteorite and crashed down towards the ground. Bang! The entire earth shook and a large crater was formed. Jian Wushuang lay at the bottom of the crater lifeless. Every audience was shocked. Ancient God Emperor. The experts from the Ancient God clan panicked. Ba Su stood tall on the void above the crater. He reverted back into human form. He mocked. I thought that the new Ancient God Emperor could at least put up a fight. I did not expect him to be so weak. The entire Ancient God clan was enraged upon hearing this. Right then. Mr. Ba Su, isn't it too early to celebrate? Jian Wushuang said suddenly. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2089. A pitched battle, Ba Su's gaze shifted. The many experts turned towards the source of the sound. Below the pit hole, a towering figure slowly rose. It was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang rose without a scratch. His divine power could be subtly seen surrounding him. He was no different than before. He's not hurt. Ba Su was astonished. You must know the Golden Claw's move took Ba Su all his strength. Even if the opponent was King Qinsheng, he would have been badly hurt. But Jian Wushuang came out unscathed. In terms of the strength of their divine bodies, Jian Wushuang obviously emerged stronger. Jian Wushuang rose once again to the void, eyes fixed on Ba Su. King Qinsheng was right, this Ba Su is impressive. Putting his soul attack aside, those golden claws are enough to place him on the pinnacle second stage Great Emperor level. If all this happened before I entered the Ancient Emperor's residence, I probably wouldn't have stood a chance. But now, Jian Wushuang let out a cheeky smile. And at that moment, pew, 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 6 streaks of golden light were instantly released. These 6 streaks were like 6 golden meteors cutting across the sky. It was too fast. Ba Su, in one focused breath, blocked it with one palm. Dang, 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 dang. The 6 streaks of golden light all bounced away. But the brutality of Jian Wushuang's impact forced Ba Su to pace back a few steps. The Hongjun Golden Sword was used with space-time powers. As his understanding of space-time increased immensely, he was able to use the sixth Golden Sword, both its speed and attack increasing along. The Hongjun Golden Sword, at its full force, was enough to go against a second-stage Great Emperor. This were 6 of such golden swords attacking simultaneously. Even pinnacle second-stage Great Emperor-level Ba Su dared not underestimate it. Importantly, the Hongjun Golden Swords were known for their speed. Immediately after the swords were bounced back, they stopped and started charging towards Ba Su once again. Frenzy attacks again and again and again. The 6 Hongjun Golden Swords kept on going. Ba Su originally did not take the swords to heart, but as he reflected the swords, and the swords kept coming back, his face darkened. At this moment, Jian Wushuang took a sudden step. As he started pacing himself, his body grew to 9 or 10 feet tall. 9 heads and 18 arms appeared as well. An earth-shattering aura of might was approaching. The publicly recognized forte of the ancient god clan was its close combat abilities. Jian Wushuang obviously wanted to use this to engage in a full-on slaughter. Jian Wushuang held tight to his 18 long swords and started cutting in a frenzy. This was together with the 6 frenzied Hongjun Golden Swords. With that and the close combat abilities, it was the perfect combination. Savage ruthless, Jian Wushuang's fighting power was fully demonstrated at that moment. Crap! Ba Su was no longer composed like had been before. He was astonished. Previously, he had not bothered about this newborn ancient god emperor Jian Wushuang. But now, Jian Wushuang's fully released fighting power brought tremendous stress to Ba Su, especially the combination of the swords and his close combat abilities. That swordsmanship was brutal and forceful. He could not find any openings. His divine power was bursting with life, his bloodline power at its optimum, yet he was still suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Completely suppressed. He let the brutal, ruthless Jian Wushuang suppress him. He could not find any way out. The close combat abilities of the ancient god clan are too terrifying. Along with his swords, if this goes on, he'll lose. My masterstroke then. A fierce glare could be seen as Ba Su snarled. As the leader of the sky-swallowing clan, a pinnacle second-stage great emperor, of course he had more tricks up his sleeve. On the battlefield, while Ba Su was still being suppressed by Jian Wushuang, Ba Su made a quick retreat and flew out like a golden bat once again. Li! It was the same ear-piercing pitch that resonated across the battlefield. Within that cry, a strong soul attack was making its way towards Jian Wushuang. This move again? Jian Wushuang's face darkened, but this time he was well prepared, using his substantive soul to build many barriers of defense. At the same time, his 5-gem armor started to let out a strange light. The 5-gem armor was placed in Jian Wushuang's hands by the ancient era expert Wu Han. Its might was formidable, despite being damaged. Not just targeting substantive defense, it also provided a certain amount of protection against soul attacks. The frenzied soul attack was approaching. HNGH. Jian Wushuang snorted. He felt a sharp pain in his soul. But this time he did not fall into that state of inattentiveness. His consciousness was absolutely awake. Immediately, he saw Ba Su's attack approaching. Golden lightning elemental barrier. Hong! A bucket-thick golden streak of light blasted towards Jian Wushuang. This golden streak of light was filled with golden lightning. One streak of it looked enough to wreak devastating havoc. And that golden streak of light was a flawless combination of millions and millions of flashes of golden lightning. As he watched the golden streak of light approach him, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold with death. Dissipate! One thunderous roar shook the void. An astonishing sword essence rose from Jian Wushuang, with 4 hands holding the same spear. This pure divine power, along with 9-star ancient clan-leveled bloodline power, were all fully deployed. Hong! An astonishing sword light striked. It went face to face with that golden streak of light. Chi! 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 There was no dramatic roar or bang. It was as if the blade of a sword ran itself across a towering mountain. That thick golden streak of light that went on for tens of feet. A clean slice from the sword light. The power dissipated in all directions. What? Ba Su's face changed instantly. Golden lightning elemental barrier, my strongest technique, was taken down in one strike. Chapter 2090. Defeat. He's so strong. Ba Su was astonished. He received a bit of information regarding Jian Wushuang's background via the Archilon Palace. He knew Jian Wushuang had second-stage Great Emperor-level fighting powers. But according to them, Jian Wushuang was not the strongest amongst second-stage Great Emperors, a tad away from being a pinnacle emperor. Whereas on the other hand, Ba Su was a pinnacle second-stage Great Emperor, one of the best around. He should have defeated Jian Wushuang easily. But the power Jian Wushuang had demonstrated. Perfection. This is definitely the second stage's limit. Almost hitting third stage. This fighting power, it's more powerful than mine. Ba Su clenched his fists. Hung. A loud roar could be heard. Ba Su turned around to see where it came from. Jian Wushuang had already made it through that divine power storm, and was now in front of him. Ba Su, that move should have been everything you've got, right? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Now that you've used your final skill, it's my turn to return the favor. As he spoke, a billowing divine power was emerging from Jian Wushuang. At the same time, a boundless time-space power was spreading. Jian Wushuang stared into the void where Ba Su was. This move was the previous ancient god emperor's favorite, recognized as the strongest move within my clan. I wonder how well it works. With a tinge of excitement, Jian Wushuang made his move. The ancient skill moon-picking skill. Wang. Time and space shook. The billowing time-space power covered the void where Ba Su was, locking the entire area up. Walala. Like Jian Wushuang had demonstrated, the first thing Ba Su faced was the immediate pressure from the surrounding time-space. This was much stronger than what Jian Wushuang had demonstrated previously. Even a pinnacle second-stage Great Emperor like Ba Su, under this immense pressure from the surrounding space-time, could not help but face unprecedented pressure on his body. He felt as if he did not belong to this time-space. This was a first for Ba Su. What move was that? Ba Su was secretly shocked. He did not feel like he belonged to that time-space. And this was just the beginning. As Ba Su was completely pinned down by the surrounding time-space, a palm formed completely from divine power appeared out of thin air. The palm did not feel destructive or threatening. It felt familiar and warm instead. Like a mother's hands. That hand gently touched the void and slowly made its way towards Hafiz. This pluck would be like plucking lilies from the pond, gentle, docile. Imagine making great pains to let the flower bloom. This palm was about to reap its gains finally. It looked so natural, so relaxed. This scene was unbelievable to almost all experts and Ba Su himself in the field. Ba Su struggled even harder, attempting to escape before the palm plucked him. But no matter how desperately he struggled, he could not escape. He could only watch the palm cover him. Wong wong wong. A faint sound was ringing across the void before it went silent again. The palm had vanished. The void was now unchained and back to normal. Ba Su remained standing in the middle of the void. What was different this time? Ba Su now looked pale, the corner of his lips still oozing blood, his inner strength much weaker than it had been before he left. He took much damage from the pluck. Everyone watched in astonishment. Even Jian Wushuang himself was pretty shocked. Going against the pinnacle second-stage Great Emperor Ba Su, Jian Wushuang still managed to hold the upper ground against him. But he thought it would be hard to hurt him. According to his own estimations, unless he used his trump card, it would be hard to hurt Ba Su at all. But in the end, moon-picking skill, indeed ancient god emperor's proudest move, Jian Wushuang praised. This skill alone was enough to seriously injure Ba Su. Most importantly, this complete secret skill was only just imparted to Jian Wushuang, so he could only utilize 3/10 of the skill at this time. Only 30%, but already so powerful. With my capabilities now with the moon-picking skill, I can resist a full blow from a third-stage Great Emperor with this alone. Once I fully master it, even the third-stage Great Emperors won't dare to underestimate me. Most importantly, this skill is so profound, it's impossible to block it. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang stood in front of Ba Su once again, staring cheekily. Another round, Mr. Basu? Basu looked horrendous. As much as he refused to believe it, he had already lost. Lost pathetically. Face to face, Jian Wushuang's 6 Hongjun golden swords and close combat abilities were enough to completely suppress him. And with that final move, Jian Wushuang decimated him. Unless he did not value his life that much, it would have been impossible to defeat Jian Wushuang. That would not happen. Even if he went all out, there was no guarantee Jian Wushuang had no more tricks up his sleeve. I've lost this round. From today onwards, you are the strongest amongst the special tribes. Basu's voice trembled as he spoke. Jian Wushuang gave a satisfied smile. The countless experts around were all still in shock. Before the battle, although they were all excited, most of them did not think Jian Wushuang would win. After all, Basu's reputation of being the best had lasted for decades. He was recognized by all as undefeatable, a near legend. It was too difficult to defeat him. But now the new ancient god emperor had defeated him. Chapter 2091 Alliance Chief. Impressive, the new ancient god emperor, so impressive. The best, the true expert amongst us special tribes. Since he defeated Basu, the position of Alliance Chief goes to. The experts all looked at each other weirdly. Most of them could not contain their excitement. The Black Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon clan was the first to stand up. As we have decided just now, the stronger expert that emerges will lead us. Since the ancient emperor has defeated Basu, the position of Alliance Chief of this special tribe's alliance belongs to him. The Black Dragon clan fully supports this. The Black Dragon Emperor was the first. Next was the God Eater clan's leader. We God Eaters support him too. So does my clan. The ancient God Emperor has proved himself both in power and position. Our clan has no objections. One by one the clan leaders and experts spoke. Amongst these people, most of them did not want Basu to win anyway. Within moments, almost 9/10 of the crowd approved Jian Wushuang. The other smaller, more insignificant clans naturally joined in the crowd. The Sky Swallowing clan and the Blackbone clan remained. Basu of the Sky Swallowing clan's twisted face managed to squeeze a thin smile. As the crowd all looked towards him, he swallowed his indignity and said, "The ancient god emperor is indeed strong, slightly stronger than me. I have no objections to him being chief." With Basu having no objections, the Blackbone clan naturally followed. Now, Jian Wushuang had received approval from all the clans. The position of chief naturally fell upon his shoulders. Since everyone here supports this decision, I will not go against it. Jian Wushuang smiled. After the position of chief was settled, the positions of deputy chief were discussed, along with the battle preparations. The discussion with the other experts took half a day. In total, 5 deputy chiefs emerged, with 3 of them coming from the other 3 top clans. The remaining positions were filled by other powerful and well-respected clans. The Special Tribes Alliance was officially formed. Everyone, the discussion will end here. After you have returned, please make the preparations as soon as possible. Within a decade we must be ready. From there I will link up with the Human Sanctuary Alliance. Also, I will inform them to build space tunnels from each region and domain directly to the battlefield. Dismissed. With a wave of Jian Wushuang's hand, the many experts gradually left. The ancient god clan remained in the Great Hall. Jian Wushuang gathered King Chunxing, King Luoyu and King Zhansong. King Chunxing, have the experts left? Jian Wushuang asked. Some of them are in no rush, but most of them have left, King Chunxing replied. What about the Sky Swallowing clan? Jian Wushuang continued. The Sky Swallowing clan left right after the ceremony. They were the first to leave, King Chunxing replied. What's the rush? Jian Wushuang laughed. He would not have been surprised if other clans had rushed back. But the Sky Swallowing clan? This time, during the ceremony, the Sky Swallowing clan obviously had plans for themselves. Basu seemed to have kept silent in the beginning, but he was simply getting Hei Qi from the Blackbone clan to speak on his behalf instead. He didn't want us special tribes to place any importance on the issue, but after he realized nothing could stop us from engaging in this battle, he did everything to form a special tribes alliance with one main chief. Obviously, this position of chief was meant for himself. He needed to be chief. If I had not interfered and defeated Ba Su, with his strength and recognition amongst others, he would have become chief instead. The consequences of this are unimaginable. Jian Wushuang mumbled. Jian Wushuang had only suspected the sky-swallowing clan in the beginning, but now he was almost sure that the clan had ties with the Archilon Palace. Perhaps they had even pledged allegiance to the Archilon Palace. Under these circumstances, letting Ba Su of the sky-swallowing clan become chief would mean losing the battle already. Even though their plans did not work out, the sky-swallowing clan will not rest here. They will make their next move. Jian Wushuang squinted for a bit and looked down towards King Chenxing. King Chenxing, make preparations. I want eyes on that clan from today onwards. Report any action, no matter how small it may seem. Take note of the other special tribes as well. Understood. King Chenxing obliged. King Luoyu. Jian Wushuang looked towards him. Now that the special tribes have started making their preparations, we ourselves cannot fall behind. Gather the strongest experts we have. This will be my task for you. No problem, King Luoyu nodded. You're all dismissed. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. The 3 9-star ancient emperors went away to make the necessary preparations. Jian Wushuang continued to sit there and started transmitting something to Emperor Bai. Sky-swallowing sanctuary, deep in their lair in the dusky void. Clan leader Ba Su, you really messed up this time. Because of you, all our well-thought plans have all been flushed down the drain. The eerie black-robed man stood there, his voice seemingly depressed. HNGH, this was indeed partially my fault. But do you think the Archilon Palace had no responsibility either? The information you gave me was that Jian Wushuang was no more than a simple second-stage Great Emperor. But what happened? His abilities are pinnacle second-stage Great Emperor level. If not for your inaccurate information, would I have fought face-to-face with him? I would never have just given the position of chief away to that brat. Ba Su replied. Hearing this, the black-robed man fell silent. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2902 All in. Jian Wushuang's abilities were indeed incredible. Back at the Three Emperors world, the fighting power he demonstrated was indeed of a decent second-stage Great Emperor level. But not the pinnacle. From then till now, how long had it been? Jian Wushuang had even defeated the pinnacle second-stage Great Emperor Ba Su face-to-face. Compare that to when Jian Wushuang had just arrived in Three Emperors world. Too fast. Jian Wushuang has improved too fast. At this rate, he won't take long before he reaches Emperor Bai's level. That would be a great disturbance to the Archilon Palace. The black-robed man said solemnly. Why are you wasting time then? Have you came up with a plan to remove Jian Wushuang yet? Is that not what the Archilon Palace is known for? Ba Su bawled. To kill Jian Wushuang. The black-robed man thought for a while before shaking his head. He is not the Jian Wushuang of yesterday. With such protection skills, it would prove too difficult to kill him. Maybe it would have been possible before he surpassed the 7th step of inverse cultivation. But it's too late for that now. The black-robed man was helpless. Indeed, they had missed the golden opportunity to kill Jian Wushuang. Now that Jian Wushuang's wings had spread, it was almost impossible to slay him. HNGH, what was the Archilon Palace doing in the beginning? Ba Su questioned. Enough, there is nothing we can do to change the past. It has already happened. Jian Wushuang becoming chief of the Special Tribes Alliance and all, the black-robed man said. The window for you to become chief has long closed. Now we need to count on Plan B. Plan B? Ba Su's pupil shrank. He knew what the black-robed man was referring to. We're not prepared yet. Using Plan B, is that not a bit too hasty? Ba Su frowned. We have no choice. If we wait for the special clans to unite their forces with the Sanctuary Alliance, it will be too late. We may not be well prepared, the plan may not be perfect, but it's all or nothing now. The black-robed man replied. All in, huh? Ba Su found his well-needed determination. Okay then, I'll make the preparations. Go then, the Archilon Palace will make its move now. With that, the black-robed man took out his token and gave the orders. God-Eater Sanctuary of the God-Eater clan. Within the sanctuary grounds, there were countless special tribes of different strengths besides the God-Eater clan. At this moment, they had all gathered. Two figures were pacing around. During the recent ancient god clan's coronation, all clans unanimously agreed upon the creation of the Special Tribes Alliance, with the new ancient god emperor as chief. We, the Fire Edge clan, as part of the alliance, do not have enough almighties. According to the chief, if a clan has more than 10 almighties, 1 or 2 may stay behind. But my clan only has 3 almighties, so all of us have to fight, the red-haired middle-aged man said. All 3? With no almighty to guard our clan. What happens if our clan finds itself in trouble? A lad in black asked. As the chief mentioned, he will connect the clans and the Sanctuary Alliance with space tunnels. If anything happens within the clan, we can come back immediately, the red-haired man replied. That's not too bad then, the black-shirt lad nodded. But something was wrong. His eyes hinted at something sinister. Clan leader, I'm afraid you won't be able to join this battle, the black-shirt lad said. Ha! The red-haired middle-aged man turned around, only to see the black-shirt lad's ferocious eyes staring at him. Before he could say anything, a cold dagger plunged into the red-haired man's chest at lightning speed. Crap! At this moment of life and death, the red-haired man immediately activated his armor and blocked the dagger. But the dagger had already pierced the man's skin. This was enough for the man's face to completely change. He could feel a terrifying corrosive power seeping through his body from that bit of skin. Poison! You! The red-haired middle-aged man looked at the black-shirt lad, unable to believe what had happened. The lad grinned hideously before making his departure. In the void above a clan's lair, several black shadows stood in line. These 10-odd men each let out a terrifying aura, for they were all almighties above Sir God level. There was even one emperor god. These black-robed men stared at the massive clan in front of them, their eyes icy cold. In moments, these 10-odd men floated towards the clan. Hung! A terrifying blow was heard, and thus began the massacre. Within ancient god sanctuary grounds, the Purple Snake clan, a mid-tier clan without experts of emperor god levels, but which possess 5 Sir gods. Now these 5 Sir gods and many more experts under them gathered. But they did not gather for the battle against the 3 emperors' world, but for the other huge mid-tier clan in front of them. That clan had had great animosity against the Purple Snake clan for a long period of time. Their hatred had grown to a point of no return. Purple Snake clan leader, the time is now. We can make our move. A black-robed figure within the crowd smiled. What about your men? The leader of the Purple Snake clan asked. Relax. Once you've made your move, the experts we inserted into the other clan will make their move too. You have our full support. Good. The leader smiled and looked towards the masses behind him. Clansmen, the time to cleanse our shame and take our revenge for our ancestors has arrived. Take your weapons and kill them all. Kill. Kill. The many experts from the Purple Snake clan charged towards the other clan ferociously. The 2 clans began their frenzy. Slaughter after slaughter from all over the 4 sanctuaries began almost simultaneously. The entire Special Tribes domain was in a mess. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2093 Chaos. Within the 4 sanctuaries, while the brawl between special tribes was in full swing, in the great hall of the ancient god clan, Ancient Emperor, I bring news from the other tribes. Many tribes now are in a complete mess, King Chen Xing reported solemnly. What exactly happened? Jian Wushuang asked. The Special Tribes Alliance was already formed. All that needed to happen was for the tribes to gather their strength and prepare for battle. Yet at such a crucial period of time this had happened. We do not know the specifics, but information from the tribes shows some sort of mutiny within themselves, slaughtering one another. Other tribes report sudden assaults from foreign clans, especially from those with a past grudge. Some of them were attacked by black-robed experts. Many tribes are in a wreck now. Fights are happening everywhere. Some of them can't take the pressure, and have requested for us to send some of our own experts over. Jian Wushuang's face darkened upon hearing that. It's the Archilon Palace. Jian Wushuang's fists clenched uncontrollably. HNGH. I thought they could only infiltrate the human domains. But now they've influenced our special tribes as well. They have done it so well. One movement from them was enough to create such big waves. From the current severity of it, Jian Wushuang was sure it was the doing of Archilon Palace. Such brilliant infiltration within the eternal chaotic world. Only the Archilon Palace could have done it. What about the other 3 big clans? How are they? They're doing fine. God Eater clan saw its own share of mutiny, however, along with the attack of the Black Robes. But it's nothing the God Eaters cannot handle. As for the Sky Swallowing clan and the Black Dragon clan, all is calm, King Chenxing replied. Oh, Jian Wushuang frowned. He understood the Sky Swallowers' inactivity, but the Black Dragons. King Chenxing, get your people to keep an eye on the others, especially the Sky Swallowing clan. If my calculations are correct, they will make their move soon, Jian Wushuang said. Make their move? Why? King Chenxing and the others were puzzled. They had never suspected the Sky Swallowing clan. Jian Wushuang fell silent for a moment, before he replied. I previously received information from Emperor Bai of the Human Sanctuary Alliance. The Sky Swallowing clan's movements have become increasingly suspicious, and they have interacted with experts of the Archilon Palace. Add that to how they behaved during the coronation. I'm almost certain they have colluded with the Archilon Palace, perhaps even following them. What? King Chenxing, King Luoyu, King Zhansong were all astonished. The Sky Swallowing clan, colluding with the Archilon Palace? If this information were correct, it would prove to be a devastating blow to the special tribes. After all, the Sky Swallowers were part of the top 4 special tribes, just next to the ancient gods. The Sky Swallowing clan was so formidable, and so influential within the special tribe's domain. Things are not as simple as they seem because of this, Jian Wushuang mumbled, before lifting his head once again. King Zhansong. Oh great emperor. King Zhansong immediately took a bow. Take some experts from our clan, and dispatch them to others that require our help. You will lead this team, and be quick about it. We do not have much time. Crises that cannot be mediated, you are allowed to settle them in your own way. Kill every single black robe you meet along the way as well. Do not hesitate, Jian Wushuang murmured. Understood, King Zhansong replied. Ancient Emperor, with everything that's going on, we have more than 10 tribes alone asking us for help. Will King Zhansong's team be enough? King Luoyu frowned. It won't be, but we don't have a choice, Jian Wushuang replied coldly. It's normal for these tribes to seek my help as Special Tribes Alliance chief, but it is not possible for me to help them all at once, especially during times like these. Let them handle some stress on their own for now. It's only been some small-scale mutiny and black robe attacks after all. If they can't handle this much on their own, after having existed for so long, I don't see why they should continue to exist. And we have more important things to do. King Chenxing. Jian Wushuang looked towards him. Prepare a small team of elite experts. Quality over quantity. They will follow me out. Ancient Emperor, you're going out? King Chenxing and King Luoyu looked towards Jian Wushuang. Yeah, Jian Wushuang nodded. King Luoyu, you will run the ancient god clan in my absence. Even though King Zhansong and I have taken quite a few experts, there are many more 7-star experts that will remain, along with you the 9-star ancient god. It should be enough to mitigate any crisis. Indeed, rest assured, King Luoyu replied. Jian Wushuang nodded and soon took off. Within the ancient god clan, Jian Wushuang and King Chenxing formed a line in front of the enormous wormhole. Behind them were several more figures. Among these figures were the familiar King Guyu and King Gutong brothers, and 6 more 8-star ancient gods behind them. The remainder were 7-starred. This was a pretty strong team. Ancient Emperor, where are we heading? King Chenxing asked. To the Black Dragon Sanctuary. Jian Wushuang replied directly. The Black Dragon Sanctuary? King Chenxing flinched. That sanctuary is controlled by the Black Dragon clan, and they've been relatively quiet as of now. Is this necessary? Haha, is because the Black Dragon clan has been too quiet. We have to make haste. Jian Wushuang was sure. He had an instinct, Something was happening at the Black Dragon clan. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2094 The Black Dragon Clan. The Black Dragon clan became one of the top 4 clans, with their formidable abilities and presence of great emperors. Normally, it would be hard to shake such a clan. But Jian Wushuang knew how the Archilon Palace operated. The Archilon Palace had infiltrated other clans for ages. Their influence was unimaginable. The Vientiane Tower at the human domain? Built by the Archilon Palace from the bottom up. They were even able to nurture a great emperor, placing him within the highest ranks of the Sanctuary Alliance. Within the Special Tribes domain, the Archilon Palace should have laid their own groundwork a long time ago too. If they had truly begun, the top 4 clans would have been affected to a certain degree. The Sky-Swallowing clan had most likely defected towards the Archilon Palace, however, so it was normal for nothing to have happened amongst themselves. The Ancient God clan was too powerful, with 4 great emperors alone. Along with the pinnacle second stage great emperor Jian Wushuang was the head. Even if they had infiltrated the clan to a certain degree, it could not possibly affect things much. But when it came to the Black Dragon clan and the God Eater clan, the Archilon Palace were definitely able to disturb them. Only the Black Dragon clan was not affected by everything going around. It was too quiet. This level of quiet was disturbing enough for Jian Wushuang to check it out. We are heading for the Black Dragon Sanctuary. Keep this a secret, Jian Wushuang instructed. Understood, King Chunxing nodded. After which, experts led by Jian Wushuang and King Chunxing headed towards the Black Dragon Sanctuary via wormhole. Stepping into the sanctuary, they immediately headed towards the Black Dragon clan. At the same moment, at a void above the Black Dragon clan lair, massive amounts of people congregated in that one single spot and floated. They all emitted impressive auras, the weakest of which was already at Sir God level. At a glance, there were more than 200 people there. Within these 200-odd experts, Black Dragon experts made up 7/10 of it. The remainder of them were black-robed Archilon Palace experts. In front of the pack stood the Black Dragon clan leader Basu, and a black-robed Eerie Elder from the Archilon Palace. News from within the Ancient God clan. King Zhansong has brought several experts to assist the other tribes. The black-robed elder spoke. Just Zhansong? Where's King Chunxing, King Luoyu, and that Jian Wushuang? Basu frowned. I don't know. The elder shook his head. The Ancient God clan is different from others. They worship bloodline over anything else, not even ability. They have absolute loyalty for their emperor. This makes it difficult for Archilon Palace to infiltrate. All this time, we still were not able to get into their top ranks. It's impossible to know where they have gone. But if my predictions are correct, that ancient emperor should still be at the Ancient God clan. HNGH stay there for all he wants. Basu gave a sneering laugh. He thought getting someone to spy on me would be enough? They underestimated us. Sky Swallowing clan, as one of the top clans around, naturally had their own tactics. They knew the Ancient God clan had been spying on them all this time, yet they were still able to avoid surveillance. Like right now, almost 9/10 of Sky Swallowing experts were there. But the spy from the Ancient God clan had no idea. It's time, let's make our move, Basu said. Yep. The black-robed elder nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, 4 black-robed figures went off in all 4 directions, but all were heading towards the void near the Black Dragon clan's lair. Once they were in position, they each took out a transmission token. As they crushed the token, a formation that had already been prepared within the token immediately took over. It covered everything around, including the lair and the void. This formation was specially made by us Archilon Palace. Not only does it lock space-time, it is also indestructible. Great emperors won't be able to lay a single scratch on it. With this, the Black Dragon clan will never escape, the elder said. Haha, wonderful. Basu was elated. With a wave of his hand he said, Let's go guys to the Black Dragon clan. As Basu moved, the bloodthirsty, elated experts of the Sky Swallowing clan followed. Within Black Dragon clan's dark hall, a beautiful woman in black, the Black Dragon Emperor, sat on her throne. looking down on the many Black Dragon experts. Much has happened since the formation of the Special Tribes Alliance. Obviously there is something going on behind all this. And it also shows the Archelon Palace planned this a long time ago. Their goal now is to prevent the Alliance from joining the battle. According to the ancient God clan, clans and tribes of all abilities were affected, even the top clan God Eater clan. We of the Black Dragon clan must be cautious at times like this. Pass the order down. The protective array will be activated to its maximum. In the meantime, any clansmen caught provoking one another, or causing chaos and panic, will all be cut down. The Black Dragon Emperor's voice sent shivers down spines. Understood. The experts all heeded. They all knew these were special times, and the Black Dragon clan could not afford to be careless. But just at this moment something happened. Hong! A loud roar resonated. It was like thunder, with a second roar chasing behind. The entire Black Dragon clan was taken aback. What's happening? Everyone in the hall, along with the Black Dragon Emperor, was stunned. This sound, someone's attacking our protective array. The Emperor's eyes turned cold. Move! Immediately, the experts all left. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2095 Blackwater Dragon Clan's Crisis. Boom! 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 Waves of deafening attacks struck the formation, which protected the Blackwater Dragon clan. Each strike made the formation tremble. After a few attacks, the formation looked like it was going to collapse. By the time the experts from the Blackwater Dragon clan reacted and showed up in the sky, a large hole had been formed in the formation. Boom! Many figures, radiating an overbearing aura, rushed forth. The formation which protected my clan is destroyed. The space-time around this place is sealed off. They are trying to. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor thought gloomily. She looked at the experts that were rushing into the formation. Soon she spotted the leader. Basu, it's you? What does the Sky-Swallowing clan want to achieve by destroying the formation which protected my clan? What do we want to do? Since you can become the leader of your clan, you shouldn't be an idiot. Blackwater Dragon Emperor, can't you deduce what I'm here to do? Basu smiled coldly. The experts from the Sky-Swallowing clan were bloodthirsty and smiled excitedly. The people of the Sky-Swallowing clan became stronger by drinking the blood essence of the people of the other clans. The Blackwater Dragon clan was one of the 4 top-tier clans. Their blood essence was of a high grade, and many of the Sky-Swallowing clan people craved it. Before the fallout, the people of the Sky-Swallowing clan could hardly have gotten a taste of it, as they were careful of the other clan. Today, they finally had the chance to get a good meal. Damn it! The Blackwater Dragon Emperor was enraged. She spoke when she saw the men in black robes. Looks like your Sky-Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace are working together secretly. It was no wonder that you wanted to be the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. If you became the leader, it would spell disaster for the Special Tribes Alliance. Humph. So what if I did not become the leader of the Alliance? Do you think the Special Tribes Alliance can still exist and ally with the Sanctuary Alliance? Even if they could, your Blackwater Dragon clan would not be there. Today, I will completely destroy your clan and feed on the blood essence of your people. Basu spoke emotionlessly. Attack! Kill everyone from the Blackwater Dragon clan. After the order from Basu, the densely packed people of the Sky-Swallowing clan and the men in black robes hovering behind him charged. Waves of terrifying aura radiated mercilessly in all directions. Members of the Blackwater Dragon clan, listen up. Stop them at all cost. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor roared as her voice reverberated within their entire clan. At that instant, many of the Blackwater Dragon members roared in reply. Massive numbers of experts rushed forth from within the clan. Even though the Blackwater Dragon clan was weaker as a top-tier clan, as compared to the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Ancient God clan, their battle power was not to be looked down on. From the actions of the Sky-Swallowing clan, people can deduce that this was a battle that determined the fate of the clan. If the Blackwater Dragon clan did not stop them, the clan would cease to exist. No one on the Blackwater Dragon clan wished to see this, hence they gave it their all and fought. It was not just the Almighty, the real gods charged in bravely as well. As the leader of the Blackwater Dragon clan, the Blackwater Dragon Emperor led the charge. A terrifying aura burst forth as she went to meet Basu. Haha, Blackwater Dragon Emperor. Your fighting power has grown since the last time we fought. You barely made the cut for a Stage 2 Great Emperor. It's a pity that this battle power will not be enough to stop me. Basu smirked as he displayed the fighting power of a top-tier Stage 2 Great Emperor. Even though the battle had just begun, he was already dominating the Blackwater Dragon Emperor. On the other side, the two great emperors formed the Sky-Swallowing clan charged into the crowd and began a massacre. Within moments, many almighties died at their hands. The killing continued. Elder Zhong, the Blackwater Dragon Emperor, yelled fiercely. Her voice reverberated within the entire clan, and even penetrated deep into the ground. At that instant, boom! An aura that obviously belonged to a great emperor rose from the depths. A man in gray clothes with a black marking on his forehead appeared before everyone. He was extremely ugly. He rushed to meet the two great emperors from the Sky-Swallowing clan, and managed to go even against them even though he fought them alone. Oh! Basu was surprised when he saw this. I have heard that the Blackwater Dragon clan is the weakest clan among the 4 top-tier clans. This does not seem to be the case, at least on the highest level. Your clan is much stronger than the God Eater clan. Besides your clan has another top-tier Stage 1 Great Emperor. This Great Emperor was never heard of before. You have hit him well. Humph. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor grunted but did not reply. Elder Zhong was one of the hidden experts among the Blackwater Dragon clan. He was so old that even she, as the clan's leader, respected him a lot. Elder Zhong was not so powerful before. The reason why he could fight at the level of a top-tier Stage 1 Great Emperor was because he had encountered an opportunity when he went into the new ancient battlefield. His power grew as he cultivated on return. This was why the Elder Zhong now was much stronger than before. He alone could stop 2 great emperors from the Sky-Swallowing clan. Haha, my dear Blackwater Dragon Emperor. Do you really think that you can stop the Sky-Swallowing clan, just like this? You are too naive. No matter what others say, the Blackwater Dragon clan is a top-tier clan. Their foundation is extremely solid. If I was not absolutely sure that I could destroy this clan, why would I attack? Basu scoffed. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor turned pale. Following his laugh, 2 auras burst forth in the middle of the battlefield. Boom! Boom! 2 shocking auras were felt. What? The Blackwater Dragon Emperor looked at the source of the aura. What she saw were 2 men in black robes. One of the men stood beside Basu. The auras that was radiated off their bodies were at the level of a great emperor. 2 more great emperors? This. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor was aghast. Including Basu, the Sky-Swallowing clan already had 3 great emperors. Now 2 more had joined their ranks. There would be 5 great emperors. How could the Blackwater Dragon clan defend itself against this horrifying lineup of 5 great emperors and more than 200 almighties? Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2096 Emotions. It's over. The Black Dragon clan is going to be destroyed. Many of the experts within the Black Dragon clan were in despair. They had given up all hope. The Black Dragon Emperor was enraged upon seeing her people fear for the worst. What are you afraid of? Even if we are going to die, don't make their lives easy. Attack! The aura of Black Dragon Emperor boiled as she battled Basu once again. Even though the experts from the Black Dragon clan looked gloomy, they fought on madly. The Black Dragon clan was a clan with the bloodline of the ancient water dragon. They were bloodthirsty and crazy by nature. Their bloodthirst and craziness were further stimulated as they were in this desperate situation. Kill! 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 The experts from the Black Dragon clan got desperate and fought with the mentality that they were going to die. With this, the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace suffered great losses. Humph! What a waste of time. I want to see how long you can last. Basu said coldly. As for you, Dai, he said to the Blackwater Dragon Emperor. A terrifying killing intent radiated from Basu as he finally decided to fight with his full strength. Haha! Bring it on. A glint of ferocity flashed across the eyes of the Black Dragon Emperor as she continued her onslaught with Basu. Even though she was trying her best, the difference in power level was obvious. A great emperor who relied on the bloodline power to barely reach stage 2 was no match for a top-tier stage 2 great emperor. A golden claw smashed onto the holy body of the Black Dragon Emperor. Puff! The Black Dragon Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. She retreated a great distance as her aura diminished. After she had steadied herself, she continued the fight without hesitation. Humph. I do not want to waste any more time, Basu said as his body transformed. He transformed from a human into a giant golden bat. That was his original form. The golden bat had golden irises which stared at the Black Dragon Emperor intently. Screech! A shrill scream pierced through the battlefield and reverberated through the air. An extremely powerful soul attack was hidden within this screech. This move was used by Basu during the battle with Jian Wushuang. During his coronation ceremony, the Black Dragon Emperor was already seriously injured. There was a brief moment she lost her conscience when the soul attack hit her. Basu attacked at the moment the Black Dragon Emperor lost her conscience. Golden Lightning Elemental Barrier. Boom! Waves of golden light the size of a water bucket flew towards the Black Dragon Emperor. Each wave of golden light was surrounded with golden lighting, which seemed to be able to destroy everything. Each wave of golden lighting was perfectly fused with the golden light, as the combination appeared in front of the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor had just regained conscience when she saw the waves of light appear in front of her. She had no time to react and block the attack. The energy contained in this golden bolt of light made her fearful as she sensed crisis. Without a doubt, she would either die or be gravely injured if she was hit by this attack. Is this the end? The Black Dragon Emperor roared. Her unwillingness to die made her turn mad. At that moment, an overbearing wave of soul power rose. At that moment, the Black Dragon Emperor decided to use her final trump card. Soul Ignition. She decided to use this final crazy move, so as to try and strive for the biggest possibility for her clan to survive. Basu iris contracted as she saw the eyes of the Black Dragon Emperor turn blood red. He knew what she was about to do, and moved backward slightly. Right when she was about to completely activate Soul Ignition, she heard a voice. Black Dragon Emperor. A voice cried out suddenly, and rang in her ears. She shook visibly, as she stopped what she was about to do. She turned around, and saw a figure at the end of the horizon. The size of the figure was small compared to the larger people in her clan. It was considered a small dot. However, this figure had appeared when she needed it the most. Instantly, she was filled with hope. The madness she had had disappeared. Whoosh! Even though the figure was quite a distance away from her, he took only 2 steps to close this distance, and appeared in front of the Black Dragon Emperor. At this point of time, the waves of golden light were right before the Black Dragon Emperor, and it was too late for the figure to do anything to stop it. However, the figure did not even try to stop it. He simply stood there in front of the Black Dragon Emperor, and allowed the waves of golden light crash into his strong holy body. Boom! A thunderous boom broke through the air as the horrifying aura erupted in all directions. The entire space turned into a world-ending storm. In the middle of the storm, the figure stood, and allowed the storm of diving power to gush past him. Behind him was the Black Dragon Emperor, who was not harmed by the waves of golden light. The strongest move that Basu had in his arsenal, these dreadful waves of golden light, had been stopped by the power of his holy body. His holy body was completely unharmed by the impact. The Black Dragon Emperor looked at the figure who had saved her during the time of crisis in disbelief. She had already recognized the figure. It was the new ancient god emperor. It was him that had appeared in front of her and saved her from that deadly attack. He saved me? The Black Dragon Emperor muttered to herself. The surprise in her eyes slowly turned into something else uncharacteristic of her. The Black Dragon Emperor was the leader of her clan for many years. She had always been looked up to as the strongest person in the Blackwater Dragon clan, and every single member of the clan respected her greatly. She forgot how this felt. She had thought she would never feel emotions like this anymore. However, now, please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2097 Reinforcements. The Black Dragon Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang in a different manner. Basu's face turned after Jian Wushuang appeared. Ancient God Emperor? How is this possible? Why is he here? The cold man in dark robes from the Acheron Palace transmitted a message to Basu when he was shocked. Leader Basu, people of the Acheron Palace, just told me that the formation they placed outside was destroyed. Many people managed to break through and are heading this way right now. What? Basu's face darkened. Many figures of powerful people appeared in his vision. Among them were King Chun Xing and other 8- and 9-star ancient gods. These ancient gods rushed into the battlefield and helped out the various members of the Black Water Dragon clan. It's the Ancient God clan. The Ancient God clan is here. Haha. Yes. The Black Water Dragon clan has hope. The Ancient God clan arrived on time. The members of the Black Water Dragon clan were excited. They immediately allied with the Ancient God clan. How did this happen? The experts from the Sky Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace were stunned. People like Basu had a gloomy face. Their original plan had been to purposefully create chaos among the special tribes. During the chaos, when all the clans cared about themselves, they would go and destroy the Blackwater Dragon clan decisively. Even though they would suffer losses during the battle, the Sky Swallowing clan could devour the blood essence of the experts from the Blackwater Dragon clan and get stronger. Their overall power would instead increase due to this. As long as they did this well, no one would know that the Sky Swallowing clan had participated in this if they did not leave any marks behind. People would think that the destruction of the Blackwater Dragon clan was due to the Acheron Palace. The Sky Swallowing clan could continue to stay undercover and find a good time to destroy the God Eater clan. Once these two top-tier clans were gone, the Special Tribes Alliance would receive a devastating blow. They could then focus on dealing with the Ancient God clan. With luck, the Sky Swallowing clan would become the true kings amongst the special tribes. Without the other 3 top-tier clans, the remaining clans would not be able to do anything, as they wouldn't even have any great emperors. They couldn't ally with Sanctuary Alliance. This was the plan. The plan was executed hastily. Even though the risks were greater, there were no holes within the plan. He thought that the extinction of the Blackwater Dragon clan was inevitable. However, the results. The Ancient God clan. Why is the Ancient God clan here? And the Ancient God Emperor personally leading the charge? Basu roared. Jian Wushuang looked at Basu and scoffed. Leader Basu, are you surprised to see me? You are probably thinking that I should be within the Ancient God clan, or heading to the other clans to aid in their battles, right? However, you underestimated me. I received information from the Sanctuary Alliance that the Sky Swallowing clans has secret interactions with the Acheron Palace. Furthermore, your actions during the coronation ceremony helped me confirm that the Sky Swallowing clan has allied with the Acheron Palace. This time, the various clans in the Special Tribes Alliance went into chaos at the same time. Even the God Eater clan had to deal with some problems. On the other hand, the Sky Swallowing clan and the Blackwater Dragon clan remained calm. At that point in time, I was sure that you would attack the Blackwater Dragon clan. After all, having chaos within the clans, or having a few experts die from every clan would have negligible effects on the Special Tribes Alliance. Wouldn't the repercussions be much greater if an entire top-tier clan was destroyed? Am I right? Jian Wushuang looked at Basu with great interest and smiled hearing this. Basu was dumbfounded. He had never guessed that Jian Wushuang could deduce that the Sky Swallowing clan would attack the Blackwater Dragon clan, just because the Blackwater Dragon clan was peaceful. He also did not expect that the Ancient God Emperor could come on time. This brilliance. I admit that I indeed underestimated you. I never thought with your incredible talent and power that you were so brilliant. It was no wonder you managed to become the only new Ancient God Emperor after all this time. Basu said. However, so what if you are here? More than half of the experts from the Ancient God clan had to stay within the clan to prevent a backstab. Many others went, under the guidance of King Zhang Song, to assist other clans. Even with these experts you brought, the fighting power will be anywhere near to what we have. It is still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Haha, let's try. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly as he unsheathed his Blood Mountain sword and attacked Basu. At the same time, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 beams of golden light flashed all around him. It was the 6 Hongjun golden swords he had. Basu looked at the swords gravely. He could deal with the Black Dragon Emperor easily even if she used all her might. It was different if his opponent was Jian Wushuang. He could still remember the battle during the coronation ceremony clearly. Boom! Boom! Basu fought Jian Wushuang with all his fight. As expected, he was completely suppressed under the pressure of the 6 Hongjun golden swords. On the entire battlefield, the Blackwater Dragon clan was at a severe disadvantage. It was not simply the difference at the level of the Almighty. There were 2 great emperors who were freely wreaking havoc on the battlefield. When the experts from the ancient god clan arrived and joined the battlefield, the tides turned. At the level of an Almighty, there were 8 8-star ancient gods. Among them were King Guyu and 3 other top-tier 8-star ancient gods. The remaining were 7-star ancient gods. Once this fighting power entered the battlefield, the fighting power equaled the level of the Almighty. The Sky-Swallowing clan had 5 great emperors. On the other hand, there were only 4 great emperors on the side of the Blackwater Dragon clan, and the reinforcements from Jian Wushuang. They had 1 less, but the quality of the great emperors was higher. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2098 5 War Spirits. The Blackwater Dragon clan had Elder Gu, who could deal with 2 of the great emperors from the Sky-Swallowing clan. As for the 2 great emperors from Acheron Palace, they were dealt with by King Chen Xing and the Black Dragon Emperor. Both the Black Dragon Emperor and King Chen Xing were stage 2 great emperors. If they decided to use their full force, the 2 remaining great emperors from Acheron Palace would be utterly suppressed. Jian Wushuang took on Ba Su himself. At the level of great emperors, the Blackwater Dragon clan had the absolute advantage. People like King Chen Xing and the Blackwater Dragon Emperor, who could suppress their opponents, could find chances and help the other battles by killing Almighties from Acheron Palace or the Sky-Swallowing clan. This allowed for the Blackwater Dragon clan to get a bigger advantage. Basu panicked as he saw this. Black Robe's man. The Acheron Palace could do incredible things. Think of something. Basu transmitted. The old man in black robes was facing King Chen Xing. King Chen Xing was a stage 2 great emperor. He was a top-tier 9-star ancient god who had mastered the secret skills of the ancient god clan. On the other hand, the man in black robes was just a stage 1 great emperor. He could not do anything against King Chen Xing. When the man in black robes received the transmission, he was speechless. Even though the Acheron Palace is capable of many things, we are not omnipotent. We have already sent a great number of experts into the special tribes, just to create the conditions to attack the Blackwater Dragon clan. What can we do? The man in black robes growled as he was helpless to do anything. Now he really could not do anything to change the situation. Right then. Humph. I knew the garbage from Acheron Palace was not capable of anything. A cold voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. All of the experts on the battlefield looked towards the source of the voice. They saw 30 figures hovering in midair at an area near the battlefield. The 30 of them wore blood-red cloaks and radiated an evil, bloody aura. This is Holocaust sect. Why are the people from the Holocaust sect here? The man in black robes looked at these people and was surprised. We came here on the orders of my master. We wanted to stay hidden and not interfere with the battle. Little did I know that the people of the Acheron Palace were so useless. The man at the front said, "Useless." The face of the old man in black robes turned pale. Even though he was enraged, he kept it controlled. No matter what, it is good that the people from Holocaust sect are here. Ally with us and kill everyone from the Blackwater Dragon clan and the Ancient God clan. The old man in black robes roared. Humph. I don't need garbage like you to tell me what to do. The man in the lead said coldly. A faint crimson-red light was seen within his eyes as he looked at the battlefield. Hum. 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 3 monstrous aura erupted simultaneously from these men in red cloak. These 3 auras came from great emperors. To make matters worse, the man in the lead was a stage 2 great emperor. Great emperors? Another 3 of them? People like the Black Dragon Emperor and King Qinsheng turned pale. Even Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows. Haha. Looks like the tides have turned. Seems like I will be winning this battle. Basu laughed loudly. Is that so? I think it's too early to celebrate. Jian Wushuang grinned. Huh? Basu knitted his eyebrows. He did not know where Jian Wushuang got his confidence from. In the air near the battlefield. Go attack. The man in the crimson-red cloak ordered. At that instant, the 2 stage 1 great emperors and the 30 almighties charged towards the battlefield. Everyone from the Blackwater Dragon clan and Ancient God clan looked grim. Right then, Jian Wushuang turned his palm as an ancient mirror appeared in his hands. Go, my 5 war spirits! Jian Wushuang roared as waves of aura radiated from the mirror. These auras soon turned into 5 large black figures. Each of the figures radiated a sinister vibe. It was as though they came from the depths of hell. Basu widened his eyes when he saw the 5 war spirits. These are great emperors? Under the surprise of Basu, the 5 war spirits rushed towards the space not too far away. Obviously, the 5 war spirits went to engage the experts from Holocaust sect. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 war spirits dashed around the crowd of experts from Holocaust sect. Within seconds, a battle broke out. There were 30 members of the Holocaust sect, including 3 great emperors. They were facing 5 war spirits, of which each had the fighting power of a great emperor. 5 war spirits, which was the equivalent to 5 great emperors, were all at the level of great emperors. They forcibly stopped the various experts from Holocaust sect. Under the leadership of the man in crimson-red cloak, the experts of Holocaust sect engaged the 5 war spirits. However, they would not be able to free themselves within a short amount of time. This scene made the hopeful Basu stunned once more. The various experts on the battlefield were stunned too. They had never thought that Jian Wushuang would have such an amazing backup plan. This included people such as King Qinsheng from the Ancient God clan. 5 war spirits with the power of 5 great emperors? Jian Wushuang was already very powerful, yet he still had such an amazing fighting force in his hands. Jian Wushuang smiled when he saw that the experts from the Holocaust sect had been stopped by the war spirits. The 5 war spirits had devoured his divine power while in the mirror and evolved. They now possessed the fighting power of a great emperor. Even though it was only stage 1 great emperor, they could even beat normal stage 2 great emperors if they formed the 5 fire formation. In this scenario, however, separating the 5 war spirits was much more beneficial to the battlefield. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2099 Defeat. The experts from Holocaust sect were stopped in their tracks by the 5 war spirits. Even the man in the crimson-red cloak felt great pressure. When he was facing the 5 great emperors, this meant that the reinforcements from the Holocaust sect were not useful to the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace in any way. On the battlefield, the disadvantage that the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace had got bigger and bigger. Not too long after the experts from the Holocaust sect had reached the battlefield. Rumble. Waves of aura swept the battlefield. Large numbers of densely packed experts appeared at the edge of the battlefield. These were people led by King Zhang Song from the Ancient God clan and the leader of the God Eater clan. When Jian Wushuang reached the Blackwater Dragon clan, he saw the formation put in place to isolate the time-space. This verified his deduction, and he immediately transmitted a message to King Qinsheng to rush to reinforce the Blackwater Dragon clan. When he settled the chaos within the God Eater clan, 2 great emperors led large numbers of experts from the Ancient God clan and the God Eater clan as reinforcements, and they arrived. They charged onto the battlefield straight away. The Sky Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace were already at a disadvantage. With the arrival of the reinforcements, the battle power of both sides were further pulled apart. "We can't win this. Leader Basu, leave immediately." The old man in black robes roared as he brought the remaining forces from Acheron Palace and retreated. "We are also leaving." The man in the crimson-red cloak from Holocaust Sect yelled. The members of Holocaust Sect, who had been fighting the 5 war spirits, backed off. As for the sky-swallowing clan, Basu was completely suppressed by Jian Wushuang. However, he had had a clear view of the battlefield since the start of the battle. He knew that they had no chance in winning this battle from the moment King Zhan, Can, and the experts from the God-Eater clan arrived. "Bastard!" Basu was screaming in his mind, enraged. The Sky-Swallowing clan had been well prepared for this attack on the Black Water Dragon clan. According to the plan, they had an 80% chance of success of destroying the Black Water Dragon clan silently and stealthily. But now, Jian Wushuang, damn this Jian Wushuang! Basu stared at Jian Wushuang. During the coronation ceremony, Jian Wushuang had defeated him and messed up his plan. This time, it was due to Jian Wushuang again. He had managed to see through the elaborate plan and brought reinforcement from the Black Water Dragon clan early. Now Basu had to retreat. "Bastard, I will kill you sooner or later." Basu roared from the bottom of his heart. No matter how unwilling he was to resign himself to his fate, the defeat of his clan was unavoidable. "Retreat!" Basu shouted as he backed off quickly. The experts from the Sky-Swallowing clan started to retreat. Experts from the Ancient God clan, the Black Water Dragon clan, and the God-Eater clan chased them down at full force. Along the way, they tried their best to kill the opponent. Jian Wushuang looked at the people running away and thought. The Sky-Swallowing clan, Acheron Palace and Holocaust Sect had 8 great emperors. No matter what, I have to kill some of them. Jian Wushuang looked at the crowd in front of him. He quickly focused himself in one direction. In that direction, there were 8 experts. Among them were 2 great emperors. One of them came from Acheron Palace, while the other came from the Sky-Swallowing. They were ordinary stage 1 great emperors. "It will be the 2 of them then," Jian Wushuang said with great killing intent. Rumble. Divine power mixed with endless power of space-time surged like waves across the air. Jian Wushuang stretched out his right hand as he clenched his fist in the direction of the 2 great emperors. Ancient God Secret Skills Moon-Picking Skill. The space-time trembled as the limitless power of space-time flooded the area which the 2 great emperors were at. The entire space was sealed off immediately. The entire heaven and earth and power of space-time gathered there and suppressed the 2 great emperors. At the same time, a large palm made up of pure divine power appeared out of nowhere. It was as though this palm belonged to a mother, as it traveled quietly. It approached the 2 great emperors slowly. It looked like the palm was going to pick up a flower floating on a stream lightly and gently. Fear was clearly written on the faces of the 2 great emperors within the sealed space. They struggled furiously and tried their best to escape the confinement, but nothing they did could break them free. They could only look at the palm as it slowly approached them. Hum, 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 soft humming could be heard in the space before it turned completely quiet. As for the 2 great emperors, they turned pale as the auras on their body weakened, as though they were men at the brink of death. When Jian Wushuang used all his might and skill, even top-tier stage 2 great emperors like Basu would be heavily injured. The 2 ordinary stage 1 great emperors were lucky to even survive. Even though they managed to survive the secret skill, King Chen Xing and the Black Dragon Emperor caught up with them and killed them. There was nothing they could do, not even soul ignition, before they were killed. Upon seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. "I finally understand why Emperor Bai was able to kill great emperors so easily," Jian Wushuang muttered. Every great emperor had their own unique techniques. Their ability to save their own lives and run away were extremely strong. It would be difficult for 2 great emperors with similar power levels to kill each other. For a stage 2 great emperor, it would still be extremely difficult to kill a stage 1 great emperor, as he would need to be wary of soul ignition. However, if one were a top-tier stage 2 great emperor, killing a stage 1 great emperor would not be so difficult. Jian Wushuang possessed the ability to kill most Stage 1 great emperors, with the aid of his moon-picking skill. Emperor Bai was much stronger and scarier than Jian Wushuang. Hence it would be even easier for him to kill great emperors. Ba Su and the remaining 6 great emperors ran even faster when they saw the death of the 2 great emperors. They were all shocked. Jian Wushuang was not able to do anything to the remaining great emperors, and could only help kill those 2 great emperors. The experts from the 3 different clans stopped chasing, after inflicting heavy damage to the Sky-Swallowing clan, the Acheron Palace and Holocaust sect. The battle was finally over. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2100 Uprooted. Thank goodness you've arrived. If not for you, I'm afraid my clan would have been annihilated by now. You have our gratitude. If you encounter any issues in the future, we will definitely come to your assistance. The Black Dragon Emperor said, looking at Jian Wushuang with affection. I am the Special Tribes Alliance chief after all. It is my duty to help you. No need for formalities. Jian Wushuang smiled. He noticed how the Black Dragon Emperor was looking at him, but paid no attention to it. HNGH, the audacity of the Sky-Swallowing clan, to collude with the Archelon Palace, even attempting to wipe out the Black Dragon clan. The God-Eater clan leader mumbled. Their ambition does not end there. If my predictions are correct, Ba Su wanted to get rid of the Black Dragon clan silently, then find an opportunity to get rid of the God-Eaters. Finally, he'll find the ancient gods. If his plan had succeeded, with the other top 3 clans removed from the picture, who else would have dared to defy the Sky Swallowers? By then, no clan would dare join the Human Sanctuary Alliance in battle. The 3 Emperors' world would have won by then. The experts from both God-Eater clan and Black Dragon clan looked at each other. They were chilled by what could have happened, but relieved it had not. Luckily Jian Wushuang had seen through the Sky-Swallowing clan's intentions from the beginning, allowing their plan to fall apart. The experts from the Ancient God clan all looked at Jian Wushuang with respect, especially King Chunxing and King Zhansong. They knew the Sky-Swallowing clan had made no intention to attack the Black Dragons beforehand, but Jian Wushuang had derived that from the inactivity of the Black Dragons, and decisively led experts here personally. This level of observation, King Zhansong and King Chunxing were ashamed. King Chunxing had a newfound respect for Jian Wushuang. Even though the Sky-Swallowing clan has suffered its share of losses this time, their foundation remains. If they are not destroyed, what happened today will happen again, Jian Wushuang said. Ancient Emperor, what you mean is, Black Dragon Emperor, and the God-Eater clan leader looked towards Jian Wushuang. I suggest that the 3 clans unite against the Sky-Swallowing clan, uprooting them in the shortest time possible. Those clans that follow the Sky-Swallowing clan, like the Blackbone clan. Since the Sky Swallowers have decided to collude with the Archelon Palace, there is no doubt the rest have as well. If there is a need, we will remove them too, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Hearing this, the 2 leaders nodded. The Sky-Swallowing clan had to be destroyed, that was for certain. As for the other clans that followed, they would perish too. 70% of my God-Eater experts have followed us here to Black Dragon grounds. We are ready to strike against the Sky Swallowers, the God-Eater leader said. Even though my Black Dragon clan has suffered huge losses, many almighties have fallen, we still have enough fighting power. What's left of us, myself included, are at your disposal. The Black Dragon Emperor followed. For the Black Dragon clan, Jian Wushuang and the Ancient God clan were now their saviors, especially after today. Be it in gratitude or for revenge, they were all happy to join in the fight against the Sky-Swallowing clan. Very good, Jian Wushuang smiled, and looked towards King Chunxing. Take more experts from our clan, and spread the news across the domain about today's battle. The Sky-Swallowing clan have officially colluded with the Archelon Palace, and almost destroyed the Black Dragon clan today. Now, the Black Dragon clan, God-Eater clan, and Ancient clan will join forces and uproot the treasonous Sky Swallowers. During this period of time, any clan that dares stop us will be seen as colluding with the Sky Swallowers. They will all be cut down. Understood. King Chen Xing made his move and started spreading the word. After that, the three clans started to reorganize their remaining forces and made their way towards the Sky Swallowing clan's lair. A quiet void gathered the Sky Swallowers, the Archilon Palace and Holocaust sect experts. There were only 100-odd people. Before the battle happened, the Sky Swallowers and Archilon Palace together had over 200 experts, and an extra 30 from the Holocaust sect. But now, there were just over 100. They had lost more than half of their experts. Even those that survived were in bad shape. Basu, the eerie elder from the Archilon Palace, and experts of the Holocaust sect had gathered. Indeed, the three clans led by the ancient emperor have reached our doorstep. Basu's face turned green. 9/10 of my clan came to destroy the black dragons, but now only 1/10 remains. Even with the protective array, there is no way I can defend against them. We will lose our foundation. Hearing this, the sky-swallowing experts trembled profusely. After they had escaped from the Black Dragon clan, Basu immediately transmitted a message to the remaining experts within the sky-swallowing clan, asking them to escape and hide. But they were such a big clan. This maneuver could not be done in an instant. And Jian Wushuang was so much faster. They were heading towards their lair almost right after they had pushed them back. When Jian Wushuang and the others made their way into the lair, the sky-swallowing clan had only managed to move several hundred people. The remaining people did not stand a chance. The three clans were not going to have any mercy upon the clan-hunting, bloodthirsty sky-swallowers. Add that to the fact that they defected towards the Archilon Palace, betraying the Special Tribes Alliance, and betraying the entire eternal chaotic world. What good was there in keeping this clan around? Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2101. The Holy Object. As the three clans entered, the massacre commenced. The Sky-Swallowing clan was left with less than 1/10 of their experts, with no great emperor. They could not resist. Before long, the entire Sky-Swallowing clan was wiped clean. Countless Sky-Swallowers were slaughtered. The three clans then began their search for the people that had managed to escape. My Sky-Swallowing clan no more. Basu stood in the void, his face darkening like an angry lion. Jian Wushuang! Jian Wushuang! Basu started screaming in a frenzy, his voice so loud that everyone around could feel the anger and hatred coming from it. No need to grieve, clan leader Basu. Even though the Sky Swallowers Foundation was destroyed today, many of your experts survived. If you are willing to join Three Emperors' world, your clan will certainly prosper again. This revenge, you will have it, if you're willing to do what it takes, the black-robed elder said. Basu immediately looked at him. I'm going to kill Jian Wushuang with my own two hands, and destroy the ancient god clan. Of course you can. From what I know, an opportunity of a lifetime lies within the Three Emperors' world. If you give me your allegiance, the Demon King will allow you to seek that opportunity. If you work hard enough, you may even learn a bit of the rules of order, becoming a third-stage great emperor like the Demon King. If you make it there, what's killing Jian Wushuang? The elder laughed. Third stage. Basu's eyes brightened up. During the First Era, there had only been 3 stages among great emperors. Even though there were a lot of great emperors in that era, only a few made it to the third stage, the pinnacle of a great emperor. Basu had always wanted to become a third-stage great emperor himself. If I can reach the third stage, so what if I join the Three Emperors' world? Basu said directly. Haha, this is wonderful news, the elder cheered. To one side, that person from the Holocaust sect overheard this conversation. She covered her sneering well. She knew the elder was not lying to Basu. Within the Three Emperors' world lay a land of opportunity to learn a bit of the rules of order. But that opportunity was so slim. After all, the rules of order were not for everyone. During the First Era, there were so many great emperors. Why were there not more than 10 third-stage emperors? The rules of order were too hard. With Basu's abilities, the chances of him actually learning the rules of order were close to 0, unless he got lucky. The elder knew this too, he just chose not to disclose it. Alright. Basu's expression changed. Now that my clan has been wiped out and my lair taken over, they will have discovered my clan's holy object. Holy object? The elder looked towards Basu. What holy object? It is a treasure left from the first leader of the clan, from the first era, Basu said. Treasure left from the first sky-swallowing clan leader? The elder was shaken. Is it that treasure? Yes, Basu nodded solemnly. Damn it, that treasure is not like any other. Its usage can be amplified when used in battle by a suitable expert. If the treasure lands in the hands of either the Special Tribe Alliance or the Human Sanctuary Alliance, it will pose a threat to us. Basu, why did you not mention this beforehand? From his gaze, one could tell that the treasure was special. Relax, even though now Jian Wushuang has it, no one can really control it. This holy object has been in my hands for so many years have I tried to control it. But it never happened. What more of an outsider? Basu replied confidently. Leader Basu, this does not mean others are not able to control it. Don't forget Jian Wushuang is gifted beyond our understanding, recognized by basically the entire eternal chaotic world. So what if he's a genius? Basu sneered. That treasure is different. In order to use it, one would have to master 9 different skills, then perfectly combine all of them. Only then would the treasure be activated. Those 9 skills are all too complex to understand. When the first leader received that treasure at an ancient battlefield, he took 800,000 years to understand and master all 9 skills. Our clan's first leader was the top few experts of his era, and even he took 800 years. Even if Jian Wushuang is stronger than him, for him to learn all 9 skills would take him at least a couple thousand years, don't you think? Tens of thousands of years, understanding it without break. You think Jian Wushuang has time for that? By the time he has mastered all 9 skills, the Human Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes Alliance will have vanished, the eternal chaotic world long in the 3 Emperors' world's hands. Only after hearing this did the elder heave a sigh of relief. He had heard about the capabilities of the first era's sky-swallowing clan leader. During that time, the number of people that could go against him was not more than 10. If he needed 800,000 years, Jian Wushuang could not do it in any less. The 3 Emperors' world was already gearing up for battle with the eternal chaotic world, and its results would most likely come out within a few millennia. Jian Wushuang could not possibly find the time to master it. Chapter 2102 Soul-Swallowing Pearl C. Even if Jian Wushuang did manage to find the holy object, they could do nothing more than stare at it, Basu sneered. The black-robed elder nodded. At this moment, within the sky-swallowing clan, Jian Wushuang, the Black Dragon Emperor, and the God-Eater clan leader had gathered. Ancient Emperor, we have wiped out almost their entire clan. As for the minority that managed to escape, our forces are chasing them down now. King Chunxing said. That Basus got some tenacity. Seeing how we wiped out his clan, he and his experts simply watched. Jian Wushuang mumbled. Jian Wushuang was impressed by Basus' decisiveness and cruelty. If it had been himself, if someone had slaughtered their way into his hometown, Green Fire World, he would have thrown himself into battle even if it meant certain death. HNGH, he can hide for all he wants. But the moment he shows his face, the 3 clans will annihilate him, Black Dragon Emperor said. The God-Eater clan leader had the same thought. Amongst the special tribes, the expert blood-sucking sky-swallowing clan had always been a public enemy, but no one dared to act upon it. But that hatred never diminished. With this opportunity of a lifetime, the Black Dragon clan and God-Eater clan left no mercy. At this moment, Ancient Emperor King Zhansong appeared behind Jian Wushuang. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. Our experts have found a well-hidden dungeon within their lair with a huge seal. The seal is so powerful that even I am unable to break it, King Zhansong said. Oh, Jian Wushuang looked over. Both the Black Dragon Emperor and God-Eater clan leader looked over astonished. King Zhansong had recently ascended as a 9-star ancient god, a true great emperor. A seal even he could not break, under a well-hidden dungeon. This piqued their curiosity. Let's go take a look. Jian Wushuang smiled. Led by King Zhan Song, they soon appeared in front of the dungeon. Deep within the dungeon was a strong seal, sealing all aura within the dungeon. An average expert could not sense anything with his soul power. Luckily, with the great Emperor King Zhan Song, his strong soul power allowed for the discovery of the dungeon. Is this the seal? Let me try. Black Dragon Emperor charged forward and landed a heavy blow on the seal. This seal started to shake frantically across the dungeon, but after a while it stopped. What? The Black Dragon Emperor was astonished. A second stage great emperor like her, using her full strength, was unable to break it? Interesting, Jian Wushuang laughed. Such a well-hidden dungeon, with such a strong seal. I wonder what's inside. With a smile, Jian Wushuang made his move. He did not even wave his sword. He simply lifted his finger. But within that finger was such strong divine power and bloodline power. Much stronger than the Black Dragon Emperor's blow. Hung. A direct blow to the seal. The seal had already been significantly weakened from King Zhan Song's and the Black Dragon Emperor's attacks. Now with Jian Wushuang's blow, the seal could not take much more. While all of divine power could be felt dissipating as the seal collapsed. Come, let's go in. They followed the smiling Jian Wushuang into the dungeon's interior. As they entered the dungeon, Jian Wushuang immediately felt a strong, unique aura coming from within. This aura, looks like this dungeon is hiding something. Jian Wushuang laughed and quickened his pace. Before long, they reached a plot of ground in the center of the dungeon. Over there, they could feel the source of that aura. In the middle there was a mysterious pearl, its size no bigger than a baby's fist, floating there while its mysterious aura glowed. There were layers of special powers around the black pearl. Jian Wushuang knew what it was. It was soul power. It was pure soul power without impurities. This pearl. Jian Wushuang had his eyes fixed on that black pearl. He could feel the billowing soul power coming from within the pearl. The soul power was too strong. Such enormous soul power. Could this pearl be the legendary holy object, the soul-swallowing pearl? The God-Eater clan leader gasped. The soul-swallowing pearl? Jian Wushuang's gaze shifted towards the leader. Clan leader Quan, you know the history of this pearl? Quan was the name of the God-Eater clan leader. Indeed I do. Quan nodded. The Sky Swallowers did possess a holy object related to soul power, and it came from the first era, from the hands of their first leader. Its name is the soul-swallowing pearl. But such a long time has passed since we last saw any sky-swallowing clan leaders use it. So I always thought it was simply a legend. Looks like I was wrong. A soul power treasure from the first era? King Chenxing, you were from the first era. Did you ever hear of it then? Jian Wushuang asked. I've heard of it, but not much, King Chenxing replied. Jian Wushuang frowned and took out Emperor Bai's transmission token. Emperor Bai was one of the strongest experts from the first era. He definitely knew more than King Chenxing. Emperor Bai, have you ever heard of the soul-swallowing pearl during the first era? Jian Wushuang asked directly. The soul-swallowing pearl? The prized possession of the sky-swallowing clan, known as the strongest soul power treasure around then. Emperor Bai began his story. Chapter 2103 The Strongest Soul Treasure. 2103 The Strongest Soul Treasure. This soul-swallowing pearl is not only good for soul attacks, but for defenses as well. The first sky-swallowing clan leader would not have been able to climb to the top 10 amongst other third-stage great emperors back in the first era, if not for this treasure. His soul attack was a great threat to us then. This treasure was indeed known as the strongest soul treasure of the first era, which made many experts red with envy, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang was taken aback when he heard this. The strongest soul treasure of the first era? The first leader of the sky-swallowing clan had used this treasure alone to make it to the top 10 third-stage great emperors? This pearl was so strong. Why do you ask this, Wushuang? Emperor Bai asked. I brought the other 3 top clans to destroy the sky-swallowing clan, and found a mysterious pearl deep within their lair. This, then, should be the soul-swallowing pearl you speak of, Jian Wushuang replied. The pearl, you found it? Emperor Bai was astonished. Jian Wushuang, Try it out, see if you can cultivate this treasure. Let me try, it will not be easy though, Jian Wushuang replied. He knew, if the pearl were so easily controlled, it would not have been left there. Ba Su or some other expert would have long ago cultivated and utilized it. Soon, he broke transmission with Emperor Bai. At Thunderbolt, Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tian Chun were conversing. The Sword Emperor, he found the soul-swallowing pearl? Ancestor Tian Chun's eyes were glimmering. As part of the Sanctuary Alliance's top ranks, Ancestor Tian Chun knew quite a bit about it. That is correct, Emperor Bai nodded. Excellent, the pearl is the strongest soul treasure of the First Era. If a great emperor expert fluent with soul attack had possession of it, he could utilize the treasure well. And perhaps with it we can reverse the situation to be in our favor. Ancestor Tian Chun said. The soul attack was known for its bizarreness. It had another power, it ignored quantity. To an expert of soul attacks, no matter the number of enemies, as long as their soul level was not on par, one ruthless soul attack would sweep over and destroy troves of experts. For example, if over 100 Almighties were to team up, even a normal great emperor would try to avoid that fight. But a great emperor fluent in soul attacks, with one sweep half of those Almighties would fall. That was the terrifying feature of the soul attack. But within the eternal chaotic world, experts who knew the soul attack were close to none. There were only a handful of Almighties, and not a single great emperor. The abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Colored Glaze could perform soul attacks, but they were only useful in one-on-one combat. With the appearance of this pearl, if an expert from the Sanctuary Alliance fluent in soul attacks possessed it, even if he was not of Great Emperor level, the treasure would help him take his soul attacks to that level. A great emperor who knew how to perform soul attacks would prove useful on the next battlefield. It is a good treasure, but as far as I know, mastering that pearl is not an easy feat. The first leader of the Sky-Swallowing clan was a genius, but even he took 800,000 years. Our Sanctuary Alliance is about to go into battle with the Three Emperors' world. Who will have that amount of time to cultivate? Jian Wushuang would know. Emperor Bai sighed. Jian Wushuang is the genius of our eternal chaotic world. If even he cannot cultivate the pearl in time, no one else could. Ancestor Tian Chun nodded subtly. The treasure was good, but if one did not know how to master it, the pearl was no more than a pretty toy. No one from the Sky-Swallowing clan had utilized the pearl since their first leader had died. They could only place it in the dungeon till Jian Wushuang discovered it. Within the Sky-Swallowing clan's dungeon, Jian Wushuang looked at it bizarrely, that floating pearl in front of him. Deep within, he knew he desired it. With such a powerful treasure by his side, it would benefit him and the entire eternal chaotic world. Black Dragon Emperor, Leader and Quan, excuse me if you would, I want to try cultivating it, Jian Wushuang said. Both leaders nodded. They knew cultivating the soul-swallowing pearl was no easy feat. At least it was impossible for him. But with Jian Wushuang, there was a slim chance he could. Both leaders left. Jian Wushuang then looked at King Chen Xing and King Zhan Song. King Chen Xing, follow the other leaders, and think of a way to find the other Sky Swallowers, along with Ba Su, and those experts from Archilon Palace, Holocaust Sect. King Zhan Song, stand guard outside the dungeon. I don't wish for anyone to disturb me while I try cultivating it. Understood, they answered unanimously and left. Only Jian Wushuang had remained within the entire dungeon. He walked towards the pearl, and sat with his legs crossed. The pearl was hidden there, but left uncultivated by any expert from the Sky-Swallowing clan. Obviously no one from their clan could do it, but could I? Here goes nothing. With a tinge of expectation, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes as a strong soul power went straight for the soul-swallowing pearl. As the soul power had fully encompassed the pearl, a resonance could be immediately felt between them. Jian Wushuang finally understood why it was so hard to cultivate the pearl. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2104 9 Skills 9 Skills. Within this soul-swallowing pearl, there are 9 skills I need to master. Only then will I be able to fully activate it, and therefore utilize it. Jian Wushuang said. He started researching the 9 skills. Without a doubt, all 9 skills were exceedingly profound. The first skill alone would take a normal cultivator at least tens of thousands of years to master. These 9 skills got tougher one after another. These 9 skills are profound but not too hard for me. Jian Wushuang mumbled as he began researching the first skill. A fortnight passed. Within the dungeon, Jian Wushuang, with his legs crossed, suddenly opened his eyes. A strong light emerged from his pupils. The first skill done. Jian Wushuang was elated. He had not expected it to be so easy, mastering the first skill. 2 weeks was all it took. If it were a normal cultivator, it would have been impossible. But at the same moment, Jian Wushuang felt something amiss about it. How could this have happened? The 9 skills were so profound. Why did it feel so easy when I cultivated it? I felt like a fish in water. Not just the 9 skills of the soul-swallowing pearl. It was the same for the other skills, like the sword principle Xian Luo. That was equally profound, but I learned it just the same. Jian Wushuang frowned. He felt that his own rate of realization was too fast for comfort. Regardless of secret skills or opportunities, if he had to realize it himself, it would always be way faster than an average cultivator. Perhaps it was due to his own talent, but certainly not this level of outrageousness. What reason could it be? Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. As he delved into thought, he came up with 2 possible reasons. First possibility was inverse cultivation. The inverse cultivation defied nature in every way. Perhaps as he trained inverse cultivation, his body changed too, achieving certain breakthroughs in realization. This possibility could be easily verified. He simply needed to ask Emperor Bai if he too had understood secret skills with such ease. If that were the case, inverse cultivation would be the reason, and vice versa. The second possibility was a secret skill Jian Wushuang had learned a long time ago. The Universal Tao Scripture. Jian Wushuang looked serious. The Universal Tao Scripture was passed on to him when he had been Xian Yi's disciple. Jian Wushuang always felt that secret skill had something unique to it, but he never understood what it was used for. Xian Yi then had told him he would learn to understand on his own. As time passed, Jian Wushuang realized the Universal Tao Scripture improved his consciousness significantly. His master Xian Yi confirmed it and passed him the second scripture. Both he and the king of venomous worms leeching off of him thought that the second scripture helped him improve soul power. Or at least that was what he thought. Now, not so much. Although his soul strength has indeed improved tremendously since he had mastered the second scripture, he realized the scripture was more complicated than he had thought. He could tell. Perhaps the reason he had mastered so many secret skills with such ease was due to this scripture. Unfortunately, he couldn't verify this for now. The only way to verify his doubts were to either reach a higher level of understanding and ability, or to directly ask his master Xian Yi himself. For now, he could only guess. Regardless of the reason, this is a great advantage for me. Jian Wushuang smiled and continued to research the second skill of the soul-swallowing pearl. Time gradually passed. Outside the dungeon within the old sky-swallowing clan lair, King Zhansong guarded the place, as still as a statue. Xiao. A shadow appeared in front of King Zhansong. It was an elegant woman in black, her beauty unrivaled. It was the Black Dragon Emperor, leader of the Black Dragon clan. King Zhansong, has the ancient emperor exited the dungeon? The Black Dragon Emperor asked. Not yet, I think it will take more time. What do you need? King Zhansong asked. Nothing much. I just want to discuss some issues with him regarding the Special Tribes Alliance. Since he's not out yet, let it be. The Black Dragon Emperor looked into the dungeon and smiled. King Zhansong, when he comes out, make sure you let me know. Understood, King Zhansong nodded. As the Black Dragon Emperor left, King Zhansong could not help but scratch his head. Interesting, the ancient emperor has only been in the dungeon for 3 years, yet she has visited thrice. Every time she says she has business to discuss, but it doesn't seem like the case. Besides being a 9-star ancient god, and one of the leaders of the ancient god clan, King Zhansong was a family man himself. He could feel something was amiss with the Black Dragon Emperor. It did not seem like she treated him simply as alliance chief, or her savior. Shaking his head, King Zhang threw that thought aside and continued his guard. At a remote place within the sky-swallowing sanctuary, the remaining experts of the sky-swallowing clan gathered. Within a cave residence, Ba Su, the eerie elder from the Archilon Palace, and the same crimson-cloaked representative from the Holocaust sect gathered. According to Archilon Palace intelligence, Jian Wushuang has indeed discovered the holy object, and has remained within the dungeon these past 3 years. Obviously, he is trying to cultivate it, the eerie elder said. Chapter 2105, Cultivation. Want to cultivate our holy object? Dream on. Ba Su sneered. That holy object has been in our possession for so many years, yet I have only managed to realize the 4th skill after all this time. Even I myself am so far away from completing all 9 skills. How is Jian Wushuang going to catch up? HNGH, let him cultivate if he wishes. The battle will break out within this millennium anyway. Let him waste his time on that treasure. The eerie elder sneered along. A millennium? Haha. I'm afraid he won't even reach the 1st skill. Ba Su laughed. They were in no rush. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang could never fully master it within 1,000 years. No way. Access 6 novel. Even Ba Su thought that Jian Wushuang would need at least 1,000 years to master the 1st skill. But in reality, Jian Wushuang had only used 2 weeks. Naturally, Ba Su did not know that at that time. Time passed. Within the special tribe's domain, many special tribes had already learnt about the sky-swallowing clan colluding with the Archleon Palace, and its attempts to erase the Black Dragon clan. While shocked, the clans began to hate the Archilon Palace and 3 Emperors World even more, and saw working together with the Sanctuary Alliance as a definite must, and made the necessary preparations. Within a short span of time, almost all the experts from various clans had finished their preparations. Now they had to wait for Jian Wushuang to surface. By this time, Jian Wushuang had been in the dungeon for 18 years. 18 years to a normal cultivator was nothing more than a blink of an eye. For Jian Wushuang, these 18 years have been fully dedicated to the realization of the soul-swallowing pearl's 9 skills. He had mastered his 1st, then his 2nd, then his 3rd, all without resistance. The skills were supposed to be increasingly hard to master, but Jian Wushuang had found the opposite. The 9 skills were all similar, combined to form a complete secret skill. Therefore, after Jian Wushuang had realized the first few, mastering the rest had been no big deal. After 18 years, Jian Wushuang had finally mastered all 9 skills. And with that, a complete activation skill. Now for the cultivation. With a tinge of excitement, he began to cultivate the soul-swallowing pearl. With the complete activation skills by his side, the cultivation was single. Within moments the pearl, surrounded by boundless aura, gradually floated towards Jian Wushuang and entered his body. As the pearl was being completely cultivated long, a boundless soul power instantly rose from the pearl and landed straight in his substantive soul. The soul power that rose was powerful beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. The soul power so pure. As he absorbed it, Jian Wushuang could feel his soul power increasing at terrifying speeds. Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. The speed was simply too astonishing. The last time his soul power had increased by so much was when he had made it through the 7th step of inverse cultivation onto the 2nd stage. But there was still a long way to go to reach pinnacle Emperor God levels. His soul power levels were a weakness in his opinion, in comparison to his overall fighting power. Thankfully his soul was strong enough to defend against average soul attacks, with the help of defensive treasures like the 5-gem armor. But now, as the billowing soul power from the soul-swallowing pearl was being absorbed, his substantive soul increased exponentially, reaching pinnacle Emperor God levels in moments. And it did not stop there. Before long, his substantive soul accumulated to a certain level and started reaching great Emperor levels. There was little resistance, as his soul then started to change substantively, finally reaching average great Emperor levels. Yet it did not stop there. His soul power continued to increase. The size of his substantive soul was also increasing exponentially. After a while, not until the pure soul power from the pearl had been fully cultivated and absorbed into his substantive soul, the soul quietened down. Jian Wushuang remained seated, but he could feel the change in his substantive soul. He could feel that strong soul power. This soul power, pinnacle first stage great emperor levels. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist, eyes glimmering with joy, causing waves in his heart. From a normal emperor god, he had jumped to first stage great emperor levels in moments. In such a short period of time, his soul had grown so much stronger. Incredible, this pearl, unbelievable, Jian Wushuang muttered. As he cultivated the soul-swallowing pearl, he understood where its pure soul power came from. It had been accumulated by the pearl across a long period of time. A powerful treasure without an owner for an extended period of time could see its power diminished. Others continued to absorb power from its surroundings even without an owner, to ensure it did not diminish in strength, but instead increased it. The pearl belonged to the latter category. It had collected tremendous amounts of power across the long period of time, without an owner, and had converted the power into pure soul power. The accumulation of pure soul power was astonishing. After recognizing Jian Wushuang as its owner, the soul power the pearl had accumulated for years was passed directly to him. This allowed his soul to strengthen at such amazing speeds. Chapter 2106 Soul Attack. My soul has always been weak. It was one of my weaknesses. Now the power of my soul is equivalent to a top-tier stage 1 great emperor. With the help of 5-gem armor and soul-swallowing pearl in defense, no one can harm my soul in this eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang was absolutely confident of this. It is not just pure defense, even my soul attack. How strong will my soul attack be with my current soul power and the help of soul-swallowing pearl? Let's find someone and test it out. Jian Wushuang was excited. King Chunxing, please make your way to the underground palace. Jian Wushuang transmitted a message to King Chunxing. Upon receiving the message, King Chunxing rushed to the underground palace. The guards outside received word from Jian Wushuang that King Chunxing was entering, so they let him through without any problems. Emperor! King Chunxing stood respectfully in front of Jian Wushuang. He noticed that the soul-swallowing pearl disappeared from the place it was originally at. The soul-swallowing pearl? King Chunxing was shocked. I have successfully refined it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Congratulations, ancient god emperor. King Chunxing cheered. He had heard of how powerful the soul-swallowing pearl was. Now that Jian Wushuang had control over it, his fighting power. I refined the pearl not too long ago. The power of my soul has risen a lot, and I want to try out the power of the soul-swallowing pearl, Jian Wushuang said. Is that the case? King Chunxing nodded his head as he understood the reason Jian Wushuang had summoned him over. Prepare yourself. I'm going to use the soul attack, Jian Wushuang continued. King Chunxing took a deep breath as he prepared layers of defense on his soul. He dared not be complacent and was well prepared for the attack. Jian Wushuang activated the pearl without hesitation as a soul attack gushed out. The power of this soul attack rose tenfold under the influence of the pearl. Yes, tenfold. Jian Wushuang's soul attack should be at the level of a stage 1 great emperor in theory, as he himself had soul power at that stage. In reality, the soul attack he had just cast was far more powerful, as it could even harm a stage 2 great emperor. Without surprise, the soul attack rammed through the defense King Chunxing had set up as it smashed onto his soul. King Chunxing shuddered and moaned. His face turned pale. How do you feel? Jian Wushuang looked at King Chunxing and asked immediately. Very, very powerful. I can guarantee that no one whose soul power has yet to reach the level of a great emperor can successfully defend against that attack. Even I needed a great amount of effort in preparation to deal with it. If you cast this attack with the element of surprise, I would not be able to fend it off. Even though I would not be severely injured, there would be a brief period of emptiness in my consciousness, King Chunxing said seriously. Oh, Jian Wushuang's face lit up. An expert's soul would have to take a heavy hit in order to create a brief period of blankness in his conscious. King Chunxing was a stage 2 great emperor. Even when he was well prepared, the soul attack still created this brief period of blankness. This proved how powerful the soul attack was. Without a doubt, if Jian Wuxiang cast soul attack with the help of the soul-swallowing pearl, his soul attack could even threaten a stage 2 great emperor. Another point to note was that he had cast this soul attack without any soul attack secret skills. To maximize the power of a soul attack, one needed to cast the soul attack together with a soul attack secret skill. Without using a secret skill, his soul attack could already threaten a stage 2 great emperor. What if it was combined with a soul attack secret skill? I used to master soul attack secret skills, such as the 5 Beast Soul Manipulation Knack, the secret skill of Tian Yuan, and 18 Azura Hell. However, all 3 of these secret skills are of very low level. Even the creator of the most powerful secret skill of Tian Yuan was at the level of Sir God. Jian Wuxiang thought to himself. His current opponents were all at the level of Great Emperor. How could he use a secret skill at the Sir God level when his soul power was at the level of a Great Emperor, and he possessed the soul-swallowing pearl? Looks like I have to find a way to get my hands on a strong soul attack secret skill. I shall ask Emperor Bai when I return to the human territory, Jian Wuxiang planned. Jian Wuxiang stood up after a deep breath. Let's leave, King Qinsheng, Jian Wuxiang commanded. Roger that. King Qinsheng nodded his head as he followed Jian Wuxiang out of the palace. King Zhansong, who was guarding the palace, bowed to his emperor. King Zhansong, lay out seals around this palace. From today onwards, send experts to guard this place. Tell your men that no one shall enter this palace. Violators will be executed, Jian Wuxiang ordered. Yes. King Zhansong nodded his head. King Qinsheng looked confused. Ancient God Emperor, you have already successfully refined the soul-swallowing pearl. This underground palace is now useless. Why are you still defending it so heavily? Jian Wuxiang smiled. The process to refine the pearl is very complicated. No ordinary cultivators can refine it in such a short amount of time. I managed to refine it due to special reasons. No one else but the 2 of us knows of this. What will the Sky-Swallowing Clan and Acheron Palace think? Ancient God Emperor. You mean, King Qinsheng understood what his emperor was trying to do. The power of the soul-swallowing pearl was extraordinary. It could turn the tide of battle in the war between the 3 emperors' world and the eternal chaotic world if used well. If the experts from the 3 emperors' world knew that Jian Wuxiang had successfully refined this treasure, they would definitely take precautions. In order for this treasure to have its intended effect, the element of surprise was crucial. But now, Chapter 2107 Interest in Jian Wuxiang purposely repaired the seals around the palace and sent experts to protect the area. He also placed an order to kill anyone who tried to break into the palace. This was to create the illusion that the soul-swallowing pearl was still within the palace in order to bluff Acheron Palace. This would misdirect them into thinking that Jian Wuxiang could not refine the pearl even after trying for a period of time. King Zhansong set out to execute his orders. Jian Wuxiang walked out of the palace. Ancient God Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor called out as she flew toward him. Black Dragon Emperor. Jian Wuxiang smiled. Ancient God Emperor, you finally left the palace. What was the result? The Black Dragon Emperor asked. It is not easy to refine the soul-swallowing pearl. Jian Wuxiang said casually. I see. If the Ancient God Emperor cannot refine it, I think the hopes for the rest of us will be even slimmer. The Black Dragon Emperor was not surprised by the results. Jian Wuxiang simply smiled before asking, Black Dragon Emperor, is there anything of concern? I want to speak to you about some things concerning the alliance. The Black Dragon Emperor said before looking at King Qinsheng. King Qinsheng took the hint and left. Jian Wuxiang raised his eyebrows, but continued with the conversation. Before long, the Black Dragon Emperor left. Jian Wuxiang stood there confused. What is going on with the Black Dragon Emperor? Jian Wuxiang was indeed surprised. The Black Dragon Emperor asked him about some tedious things to do with the alliance. Most of those things could be easily settled by any deputy leader. But she had chosen to find him. During the conversation, she asked some questions in a casual manner. However, some of those questions were personal. She asked whether he had a wife or children. Ancient God Emperor King Chunxing returned to Jian Wushuang. King Chunxing, did you find there to be something off about Black Dragon Emperor? Jian Wushuang asked. Something off? Of course I can feel there is something off with the Black Dragon Emperor. She came to visit you at least 10 times, while you were refining the soul-swallowing pearl. During that period of time, she would find me or King Gutong to ask things about you. If I'm not wrong, she is interested in you. King Chunxing smiled. Interested in me? Jian Wushuang was surprised. It was awkward. He hadn't had much interaction with the Black Dragon Emperor before. He simply saved her clan during a time of crisis, and she had developed feelings for him? This couldn't be the case, right? Jian Wushuang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. During the 18 years Jian Wushuang had been in the underground palace, trying to refine the soul-swallowing pearl, the respective clans had finished their preparations. Wormholes leading to the human territory were already set up, and all they were waiting for was Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang left the underground palace, he hosted a meeting with the respective leaders of the various clans. He was the alliance leader, so he sat right at the front of the table. The people sitting beside him were leaders from Ancient God Clan, Blackwater Dragon Clan, and the God Eater Clan. It's my pleasure meeting you, Sir Lei Yuan and Leader Qing Xiao. Jian Wushuang smiled at the two men from the 3 top-tier clans. One of the men was burly. He was covered in animal furs, and his defined muscles could be seen clearly. The power of thunder was felt around his muscles, and he radiated a violent aura. This man was called Lei Yuan. He came from the Thunder Ape clan. This clan was a strong clan. However, the clan was destroyed a long time ago by the Sky Swallowing clan, as both clans were on bad terms. Lei Yuan was one of the many lucky members of the Thunder Ape clan, who had escaped when their clan was being attacked by the Sky Swallowing clan. Back then, Lei Yuan had just been a Sir God. After all this times and cultivation, he had managed to reach the realm of Great Emperor. He had been active within the Sky Swallowing clan in recent years, and tried to cause problems for the Sky Swallowing clan. However, his efforts were in vain. Now that the Sky Swallowing clan was finally destroyed, he had decided to reveal his true identity. The other elegant man, Qing Xiao, was dressed in green. He was the leader of the Green Leopard clan. He had reached the peak of Emperor God many years ago. He had handed over the matters within his clan to others, and secluded himself from the rest of the world to cultivate. He had not been present during the coronation ceremony of the new Ancient God Emperor. Now he had reappeared as a great emperor. This time, we shall ally with the Sanctuary Alliance and battle the 3 Emperors' world. I hope both of you can step in and help when the time comes. Jian Wushuang looked at them and said, No worries, Ancient God Emperor. Even though my clan has been destroyed, I am still part of this territory and a member of the Special Tribes Alliance. Furthermore, you saw through the evil plan of the Sky Swallowing clan and destroyed them at once. You've avenged my clan for me. I will remember this favor and put in my all for the battles ahead. Lei Yuan said, The Green Leopard clan is part of the Special Tribes Alliance. We will definitely do our best in the battle, Qing Xiao said. Jian Wushuang smiled upon hearing this. Qing Yuan and Lei Xiao were the only 2 great emperors within the Special Tribes Alliance outside of the 3 top-tier clans. Adding both of them to the total, there were now 8 great emperors in the Special Tribes Alliance: Black Dragon Emperor, leader of God Eater clan, and 3 great emperors from the Ancient God clan. As for Jian Wushuang, he was both a human and the emperor of Ancient God clan. He was not counted. I trust that everyone is well prepared given the amount of time we have. I now request all of you to bring your clans through the respective wormholes into human territory and gather the experts from the Sanctuary Alliance. Jian Wushuang said gloriously, Roger. The respective leaders roared in reply. The experts from the various clans started making their moves. Chapter 2108 Confirmation within the Sky Swallowing Sanctuary. In a secluded territory, Jian Wushuang has already left the underground palace and ordered the experts to go to the human territory. The elderly man said coldly, "What about the palace?" Basu asked. According to the intel that Akron Palace received, Jian Wushuang has arranged for several experts to guard the palace and given the order that none shall attempt to enter. The elder man said, "Humph. As expected, it is impossible for him to refine that sacred weapon. He is not dumb, so he gave up after trying for 18 years. If he can't refine that weapon, he won't be able to bring it out of the palace. All he can do is leave the weapon there and protect it." Basu smiled. That seemed to be the case. The elder man nodded his head. They did not suspect anything at all. After all, the weapon was the soul-swallowing pearl. Who could refine it within 18 years? What they did not know was that they had fallen right into the trap Jian Wushuang set. This is probably the best news we can have after the disastrous incident. The sacred weapon is not refined by Jian Wushuang. However, the alliance between the Sanctuary Alliance and the Special Tribes Alliance is not good news for the Three Emperor world. The elder man said grimly. Their main goal was to control the Special Tribes Alliance secretly through the Sky-Swallowing clan. If this did not work, they would secretly attack the few top-tier clans and wipe them out. The Special Tribes Alliance would be shaken to the core. Everyone then would be secure, and uniting would be difficult. It's a pity that this double-layered plan had failed. The conditions in the Special Tribes territory were very stable, and not much could be done. Human territory, Thunderbolt Island. The first thing Jian Wushuang did when he returned to Thunderbolt Island was look for Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianxin. Emperor Bai, the experts among the Special Tribes Alliance have now reached the human territory. Jian Wushuang said, "I know. I have made arrangements for their accommodation." Jian Wushuang, you did well. Emperor Bai looked approvingly at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had not only resolved the crisis within the Special Tribes, but he had also become the leader of Special Tribes Alliance. Jian Wushuang, who was both a human and the ancient god emperor, could ensure the peaceful cooperation between the Sanctuary Alliance and the Special Tribes Alliance. During the time I was gone, how was Sanctuary Alliance? Have all the spies from Vientiane Tower been caught? Jian Wushuang asked. We have found most of them. The remaining few will not pose any threat to us. Ancestor Tianxin smiled. There should be spies from the Akron Palace within the Special Tribes Alliance. It will be far too difficult to catch them all. Jian Wushuang continued. It does not matter. These small fries will have a minimal effect in this war. Emperor Bai smiled. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. That's true. It would be truly dangerous for the eternal chaotic world if the situation were like this. Emperor Zisu and Vientiane Tower were not found and destroyed, and the spies from the Akron Palace went to infiltrate the Special Tribes under the cover of the Sky-Swallowing clan. Now that the majority of the spies have been caught, the remaining pawns would be far too weak to affect the eternal chaotic world. Emperor Bai, Ancestor Tianxin. I have an update. I have managed to refine the soul-swallowing pearl. What? Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianxin were in awe. Emperor Bai looked over and exclaimed, 18 years. You only took 18 years to refine the soul-swallowing pearl? Are you kidding me? Even Emperor Bai was astonished by that feat. He clearly knew how difficult it was to refine the soul-swallowing pearl. It would be amazing even if someone could manage to refine the pearl within 118,000 years, much less 18 years. The first leader of the Sky-Swallowing clan was a genius, but it had taken him 800,000 years to refine the same pearl. I really did successfully refine it. Look. Jian Wushuang said as a pearl that radiated tremendous soul power appeared from within Jian Wushuang. This aura. I fought with the leader of the Sky-Swallowing clan once. This is indeed the soul-swallowing pearl. How did you refine it within such a short amount of time? Emperor Bai asked as he stared at the pearl. I have no idea. I felt that the process of refining the pearl was easy. There are 9 spells within the soul-swallowing pearl. One must master all of them before they can use the pearl. I managed to learn these 9 spells easily. Emperor Bai, you too are an inverse cultivator. Does it feel easy to try and perceive and learn new things? Jian Wushuang continued. Very easily. Jian Wushuang, you must be kidding me. Emperor Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at him weirdly. Even though I have a good perception, it still takes time for me to grasp certain things such as rules or order. In the first era, I was totally clueless about rules or order, hence I was not one of the strongest back then. I only managed to grasp a little of rules of order during the second era, over a very long time, with the help of many opportunities. If it was easy for me to perceive concepts, why would I take so long to grasp a little of rules or order? Ancestor Tian Shen too looked over at Jian Wushuang curiously. Jian Wushuang smiled sheepishly and fell quiet. He got confirmation that the reason he could learn any secret skills, or grasp concepts far faster than most people could imagine, had nothing to do with him being an inverse cultivator. That left Jian Wushuang with the other possibility. Universal Tao scripture. Even though I have no idea why I have such a good perception, the soul-swallowing pearl is indeed refined, which has helped boost my soul power tremendously to the level of a top-tier stage 1 great emperor. If I make use of it to cast a soul attack, I can even threaten a stage 2 great emperor. All that I am missing is a powerful soul attack secret skill. Jian Wushuang said. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.